And we're back. Been a while. We had the Ojibwe Forest Rally here last weekend, so I was taking some time off to get ready for that, and then of course there that weekend up in Minnesota. But we're back to finish the Prostreet run that we had been doing. Hopefully we can finish it out well. Mouse over there. I think if I remember right, we were almost done with Super Promotion, and then we just had the King stuff left. Oops, wrong button. Yeah. So yeah, just one more race day win. Then we can do the showdown, Autopolis, and then also move on to all of our specialized stuff. I think we can go ahead and finish it off with Infineon too, because I don't. If you win one, what's the color of it if you win it? Yeah, it's filled in like that if it's one. So we haven't done Infineon yet. I don't think I need to do Nevada Highway. I guess we could make sure we're not going to have a bottleneck, because there's that you do Texas in the Grip King run stuff and that oval race. You need to make sure your car can go fast enough for that. So why don't we start there?
Okay, listen up, people. Texas Finest have asked me to remind you that street racing is illegal and dangerous. Do not race on the way home and always drive the speed limit. Okay, I did my part. We got a lot more coming up this afternoon, so let's get into it. In case you didn't know it, wait, what did that guy's shirt say? Wait, I'm not reading that out loud. Oh my. Alrighty, what was I just talking about? Well, it sure feels like these things keep growing every year, huh? How many people we got out there? Like 8, 10,000? I've been working these events for like 10 years now, and I remember doing super promotion races back in the 90s. Like 100 people would show up. We had to rig our own generators, and we had lookouts all over the place with walkie-talkies and stuff. If you couldn't fit it in
There
the
we
back
go.
of a truck, you didn't bring it, because otherwise you'd lose it if we had to take off. Oh yeah, those were the good old days. Hey, this is J-Mac. I am holding down the microphone duties here at Super Promotion for you guys today.
J-Mac, that's
There's
his
tons
name.
more coming up, so just hang on tight. And I'm
Could
going to
not
take a
remember
quick
that for the
10-minute
longest
breather.
time.
I'll be right back.
So, do we have one? Yeah, we could do this one first just to see what kind of top speed we have, if we need to adjust the gearbox at all.
Okay, we are about ready to
That was awfully loud, jeez. That was weird. Because, yeah, like, 6th gear is still really long. Even with the adjustments that I've made. So we'll see what kind of a whoa draft we can get. That was awfully close. Bit of an off-track deal there. Not quite what I wanted to do. Okay. So 215 is definitely not going to be enough for the full oval. We'll have to look and see what kind of adjustment we can make in the transmission settings. Whoa, wide there. Gotta give it that little bit of throttle to get it to pull around the corner. Otherwise it wants to understeer. Too much, god dang it. We've got a body kit on the car now too, so that's, oh, I forgot to use all my, it has been a while since I've played this game. Wanted to use all my NOS on one lap there. Still 3 seconds faster than them, so that's good. Ooh, understeer. Thankfully I was able to pull it together there. Although I guess it would be kind of hard to use 3 NOS in one lap on this particular layout. Gotta try to get around the RX-7 here. Oop. Swung it way too far to the left there, didn't really mean to do that. There we go, get it turned nice and early. I was hoping to get more of a slingshot, but this will work. Yeah, 2400 just for that little bump. Okay, so nice, okay. I was thinking that's what I had done, is move the final drive to be short, then all of these to be tall to give me more adjustability in 5th and 6th gear. So we could do that. Something like that, since it's just going to be the big oval.
I see Takashi Sato from the Apex Glide team out there too. Hey,
It'll be interesting to see if that's something, if I can just leave it at this setting. Maybe it'll be enough for the other types of races where I can just use, well, 1st through 5th, kind of like I was. And then for longer straightaways, I can just use 6th. Yeah, here comes the slipstream. Try to duck in behind. There we go. Still needs a little bit more. Car can definitely hit 250, but the gearing isn't quite right yet. It was very floaty mid-corner too. I'm really adjusting the steering quite a lot. The problem is it looks like he can go faster than me in a straight line. So I really have to time my pass for the win here, because if I get ahead of him too early, he's just going to slingshot back past me. Yeah, there's that little wind buffer that would be nice if that could be taken out with modifications to the game. I've tried to look and see if there's any kind of modding guides. It doesn't look like it. There's definitely people who know how to modify this game, but it looks like that's kind of everybody's learned on their own. Or maybe there was like Discord discussions, but there's not really anything out there as far as here's how you adjust the game. There's obviously a lot you can do to it. The Papega mod guys added like new features and quite a lot of stuff, so Seems like you could do quite a bit with this engine. Come on. Nice. He didn't draft behind me there. But definitely removing, like, the slipstreaming effect is fine in itself, but that, like, auto braking when you get right behind somebody. And I don't know if you could leave it on for just the AI drivers so they don't crash into each other, because I don't know if you could modify their scripting to where they are smart enough to get out of each other's way or not. It's almost a 7-second car, but I think an 802 is still, like low 8s like that, I think is still good enough to win the game. And with the current setup, it does enough to get a wheelie going for the wheelie competition stuff. Technically, I could be faster if I softened the rear suspension and kept it with the front end on the ground, but one car to do everything, basically. Wow, I thought I jumped. Ooh, 8 even, yep. If I hadn't missed that shift, yeah, I could be in the 7s. Ah, got a little sideways when it got in the air. They were close though, that freaking Supra doesn't mess around.
Oh yeah, check it out. We got Apex Blood in the house. I like how Rio's put together his crew because he jumped right over the all J driver hype by putting a bunch of Westerners in there. And what's more, they're all seriously the best at what they do. If those guys went to the trouble to show up with all their cars, we're in for some big time racing today.
Okay,
I gotta tell you that
some
the
stage
worst
4
part of
stuff would be
all is,
nice. Or
oh
5,000 cash,
hey
I'll take that.
Jim,
Covers
coming in
the
and sit down.
mistake I've already made
That's cool. No, you sit right there. Hold on.
in the STI there. Spent about half of that, I guess.
Yeah. So come on, I want to see all of you on your feet for this guy. Let him know what you like to see. Are you know? Oh, there's our starter. Here we go, and it's on. It is on.
I think drifting is probably the mode that needs the most work in this game. Guess I turned too early there. Somehow, I was gonna say, somehow still in the scoring zone. But yeah, that was not good. Thankfully, I don't think there's any really long setups like that for the actual Drift King levels. Yeah, I was gonna say, not good enough for sure. So I need to drive it much deeper in before I actually start drifting around that corner. There we go. Get it nice and early, back on the throttle there. Oh, come on. Wow. Oh wait, 2600. I thought I said the fastest guy had 12. There's the 28.
Nice
Okay.
work.
I misread the first runs as that being the most points.
You want to
I
see
think I
better
still need to go a little bit further in before I actually throw it sideways because I was a little bit shallow going into the Manji section there. Let's get a little bit higher up in fourth gear. Not really turn into it as early. Come on. 29 even. I don't know that I've ever gotten like an even 100 like that before. 2900 even. It's yeah, so I get a nice even final score there. 7900 even. I don't think that's breaking. Oh, it did break a record. Nice.
You better be, because this could be our last race at Super Promotion this
What
weekend.
do we want to
You got your
do?
favorite driver picked out or what? How many are going with Ryan Cooper?
I feel like the
I'm
wheelie
sure he's beat
competition
a
is going to
couple
be
of
the
you on the street
quickest,
already. He's been looking pretty good.
but I don't really
Let's find.
think they're very interesting, so we'll go for another group race. I guess this will be an opportunity to.
Look at all those
Oh, I
turns.
forgot. Yeah, I
Wow,
need to
this is the
bump
first
up
league
the.
of the race
Dang.
for some of them.
Missed my opportunity to bump up the gearbox there just a little bit more. But this will allow me to check the. Whoa! How did that not do any damage? Check the first through fifth gearing as far as making it through the rest of the circuit. Ah, caught some understeer at the end of this corner for some reason. Wow, he's fast. At least through the high speed stuff, starting to catch him. Yeah, drove it in too hard there. We take those. It's awfully smooth through there. That felt good. This is actually a track layout that I do enjoy. They're all just a little bit wonky, yeah. Like you can get them wrong even though they seem like pretty simple corners. Nope, didn't mean that. Just that little bit of throttle. It's nice that it actually has that accurate, where if you give it a whole lot of throttle, you just understeer, and then if you don't give it any throttle, you also kind of understeer. Gotta find that right amount. Got on the brakes there a little bit early. late on the apex there. Still made the corner though. Nice.
So check it out. Me and a couple of the other super promotion guys got into it in lunch today because we were talking about Ryan Cooper. And I don't want to bore you
Ah,
guys with bloody
can't
details,
use it,
but
but
let me just say
oh
the
well.
last guy I saw so completely
I don't think we
dominate
need
a super
anything
promotion
else.
weekend
Yep.
race like this
So yeah,
was
that
Rio
should get us
Watanabe.
into the showdown. Yep, nice. So I did want to mess with the tuning a little bit again on this one. I don't know that that amount is going to get us all the way up to 250 just by itself, so we'll go ahead and do that right there. Yeah, I didn't even really tune the suspension at all, and it's been good. I haven't even messed with the boost either. Do something like that. Start boost a little bit lower just so it's not, like again, the partial throttle needs to be usable mid-corner. I don't think there's really anything else I can do with this one. Yeah. So I don't think we want to go stage 3 tires. It's got a pretty nice balance where it's at. It doesn't have a lot of wheel speed, unfortunately, as far as actually gaining me points, but just have to deal with it. And I think this is fully upgraded if I remember right. Or that's right, yeah, we didn't even touch the suspension because the suspension felt totally good. Oh, I don't even have full forced induction yet, so we do have a little bit more we could do. Do we want to right now is the question. I don't think I'm going to mess up and destroy a car in Autopolis. That's a pretty reasonable track, so we'll go ahead and throw it on. I did have tires on it though, right? Yeah, okay. I think this one's also fully upgraded at this point. Just want to double check. Yep. So yeah, we should be all set then for making our run at becoming Street King. I do want to double check. It seemed like that wasn't fully. No, it is. Okay. Seemed like you could get the rims smaller than that, but I guess not. Oh, it's Showdown Autobahn, not Autopolis. Duh. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Autopolis was the last setup, or the last going into Super Promotion. Those are all. Oh no, I do want to bring the Skyline as my backup. Here we go.
Hey Rio, man, it is good to have you back up here in the booth, dude. So you are getting a little nervous or what? You know, Ryan Cooper's been looking pretty good out there. Nervous? Come on, man. Do I look nervous to you? Still, Ryan Cooper's been looking pretty good, man. I'm telling you, if he keeps driving like he has, you're gonna have to get out there and do some driving of your own, bro. Come on, Jay, man. That is a big if right there. This guy
Oh
Cooper
snap!
isn't driving against, I don't know, your average guy
There he
on
is
the
over there
street.
talking
I
smack.
handpicked the guys on the Apex squad because they're the very best. All
Oh, it
right,
does still have the stock
hypothetical
brakes on
question
the rear.
here.
That's so weird.
What if Cooper wins? What happens then? Please. Okay, if the guy makes it that far, we're all gonna see him getting by a lot. It's a true racer record. Ooh, I like it. I like it a lot. The Showdown King is not afraid to put it out there like that. Hey, we're just a few seconds away from seeing if any of that is gonna happen or not. It's almost go time.
And it is in fact go time. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is where we get all Apex Glide and then whoever the specialized group is. There's Rudy Chin. Whoa, that was some understeer. Get out of the way, Joe. I did not remember Paul being anybody that you had to worry about. It seemed like it was always the 911 Turbo, but here he is in my way. As I say that, he stops being somebody that I have to worry about. Except he's got a transmission that'll actually, whoop, yep. That's what you have to watch on this one. This is actually an interesting race. That's what I like to see. I can out-accelerate him, but he's in the racing line. Haven't found a corner yet that I can just go around the outside of him on. If it wasn't for his mistake here, I would have been behind him for quite a while longer. Whoa. Looked away thinking he was going to cruise through that corner. Instead, he got on the brakes pretty hard there. Is he going to do it again? Oh no, and then I followed him. I thought he had it that time. Didn't think it was going to be an issue again. Of course, he's going to catch me this time a lot faster. Yep. But that also means I'm going to get the slipstream a lot quicker. Yo! I thought I was going to smack the wall there. I got real light. Car did not want to turn as I headed towards the wall. That was close. Alright, able to maintain the lead that time, so I should be a lot quicker than him through here. Yep, a bumper through there. It is crazy just how much faster you can be, but then when you have to go around somebody, like it's not going to be, that extra distance is enough for them to stay ahead of you. It's like that much slower, I guess, when you're off the racing line. Yeah, shouldn't be able to catch me because he probably messed up on that turn at the top of the hill there again. Which is a shame, because yeah, he was driving in the right spots before that to actually make it interesting. Of course, I've got that car there. Had to let off the gas. A little bit of a dent in the wallet there, but that was fun.
I don't know about you, but I'm impressed. Ryan Cooper brought out the big guns for that one. Some of these other drivers were getting
Only
the twat,
1200,
but
actually, not
this
bad at
Cooper's
all.
really hitting the
This is the
ground
one, it
running.
shouldn't be the one with all the light poles. This one does have some bumps in it though. And as I started, I should have actually softened up the suspension so I don't do a wheelie through this one, because it can get pretty loose. Come on, stay down where I can keep turning. Okay. We will take that. What is Frank Book in? He's in another Challenger. Okay, thought he was in the other Charger. Is that Craig Wright? That might be Craig Wright that's in the Charger. Slower that time, interesting. But yeah, I may stream next weekend some Forza Motorsports 4 on the Xbox 360. One of that game's best feature is actually kind of hidden away behind having Xbox Live Gold, even though it's like a single player feature. And I don't think it's made a return to the franchise since that game, which is a shame because it makes it really interesting as far as actually having a race against the AI opponents. So I figure I could show that off. Not bad at all. Just really slow because of how long this it takes to get through this section with this car.
we go. Round number 2.
But by God, we're doing it. A whole 160 some odd horsepower. It's so wild that that's the number it gives it. That can't be right. I mean, because there was it Taka Ayano? Was that his name? The guy that ran the Corolla and Formula Drift for a long time. I want to say he got more than, like, even over like 300 out of his Corolla. Nope, turn back the other way. Barely more.
Last round, folks. Anything, I mean
Still looking good though.
Whoa, the driver's spotted. He's ready. We're ready to go.
Trying to avoid the wheel spin. That's such a weird quirk of this game with the way they set up the physics for drifting. Not that time, though. Still plenty good.
Oh, well, that was something nobody could have predicted.
Really?
Ryan
Nobody?
Cooper simply outdrifted Takeshi. Okay, this is it. We're about ready to start these next guys. These new drivers are going to kick it up a notch. You people ready to see some speed or what? Oh, hey, hold on. The drivers are ready. Hey, the drivers are ready. Okay, and there it is. They are off. Here we go.
Man, this car feels good. Just doesn't quite have the top speed. Whoa! That was new. So I can actually shorten up the gears a little bit because, yeah, with the new turbo, 6 hits 250 at like no RPMs. So I can actually tighten that up.
Ooh, man, I love it. I love it. Ryan Cooper is dropping bees on him out there. The guy is blowing Showdown Autobahn apart.
Let's go ahead and do that. See how that looks. Because it was like as soon as you shifted into 6, they could be doing 250. How there's, well, I was going to say how there's an R32 in this one, but then you've also got Joe Tackett in his friggin' Civic, so what do I know? Nice. Might even still be able to shorten it up a little bit. Whoa. He's still there. Oh, shoot. How that wasn't heavy damage, I don't know. Whoa. Started looking away and smacked into the back of that friggin' Civic. So even still, 6th gear, it's like barely in the power band whenever it's hitting 250. Back off just a little bit to get more of a run at it here. Yeah, actually I don't know that that moved all that much at all. I might have to shorten the gear ratios compared to stock. I guess thankfully we'll have the entirety of the Speed King events to mess with that. Now let's see, was that bouncing around just because we were behind somebody? I think so. Because that was not gentle through there, and it definitely did not throw it up in the air like it did before. Yeah, that thing's going to be a monster. I definitely did. That's going to be expensive to fix, though. He's going to come over and challenge us with our wreck of a Corvette. He's probably feeling really confident with that. Come on, man, right now. You, me, and your Corvette. Let's go. Oh, that's so annoying because it's going to pay for my repairs. Yeah, because it goes straight into this and it pays for the... God dang it. Be nice if there was a way to get rid of that also. Just interject it with another, like, end of the race day screen where... what was I going to say? Where you have to, like, pay for the repairs. But real quick, I did see that I got stage 3 brakes, so might as well. Gives you more traction somehow. Wait, I got like 50 grand from that, didn't I? Okay. Let's get a little bit going with the Skyline here as our backup. Since we are going into the speed challenges. God, it costs a lot to upgrade these cars, doesn't it? How to spend 170 grand in this game. Definitely not that one. That seems more like a speed car setup. I think that first body kit would work for... they just look so ugly, but... Wait, did that go? What the heck? What in the world? It's like jumping around. It doesn't matter what percentage I actually put it at. That was weird. So I only gave it a small amount that jumped up another. Yep. That's kind of what you're looking for, really, other than the looks of it, is just like, is there a small amount that I can give it to where it actually gives me more downforce and top speed? But it looks like that might be all she wrote, so that's good. No, we don't really want that. We want it to be sleek. Technically, we do want the underbody stuff to... Oh, yeah, we don't want that to be further out. You do want more ground effects, but you don't want them tilted out, really. Just that little bit of lip there, which is not, it's not the shape of the lip that you would want. It's just like a wall, basically, but you do want some bit to have the air pop up and over those two holes, otherwise air is actually going to force its way down in there. Do we want that now? I don't think we want the duckbill on the end there. Is there anything? Yeah, this is kind of lower profile, so instead of going up with it, we'll make it a little bit wider, a little bit deeper, and a little bit wider. There we go. Yeah, and technically this is all-wheel drive, so crank up the boost. We do probably want some more caster. A little bit looser, not totally loose like we do with the drag cars, but you do want a little bit looser of a steering response, just so you're not making really twitch adjustments. You don't want that. What's a good high speed? I don't like that disc looking one, but what's a good high speed? I think we'll go with these because there's not too much of a lip on them at all. And we want as much contact with the road as possible. 125, right? Yep. So we left ourselves 20 grand. Of oh crap money. Oh, that's right, I need to adjust the gearing a little bit here. Let's see what that does for it. I figure that's about right, and then we'll see how it goes.
This guy out, Ryan Cooper, is in the house. Cooper's been smoking him at speed challenges lately. The guy's becoming a real...
This will also be a good test for the Skyline, so we'll make sure we pull it out for a race or two.
From the Apex Glide team, we
even shorten up 6th gear. I like first through 5th there, that felt good. But I can still shorten 6th way up. Whoa, understeer. I forgot about that. That was kind of a flashback to like, oh yeah, cannot turn at full throttle in 6th gear in this car. Yeah, I need to shorten 6th up a lot. It sounds like a jackhammer. Yeah, look at that. That barely moved the needle on that gear. That's crazy. I wonder if it's bugged or something. So we're gonna turn 6th all the way down. I was thinking about it the other day. I think I still have an old version of this game with the patch and everything that's really old that has the glitch where Nate Denver's car shakes like crazy. And there's just a hilarious cutscene because your car does it also if you have the ride height really low. And there's such a funny cutscene where the cars are just like shaking like crazy. I'll have to see if I can replicate that, make it like a YouTube short or something because it's such a brief shot, but it's so funny. Okay. Oh, why did I? Oh my God. Well, no restarts, so meant to adjust the transmission there. That was weird. Gave it like half throttle thinking I'd get away without burning the tires, and at half throttle it didn't really want to do anything. Couldn't hear that they were around me, how bizarre. Whoa. Ooh, don't like being between him and the wall there. Go ahead and cut down underneath him. Now can I chase down the guy in first? Wow, probably not, it looks like. Who won? That's not Tarkovsky, is it? Did he get through everybody? What car is that? I don't even know what car that is. Can I see it whenever the camera moves around? Is it gonna show? Maybe one more angle. Nope. Huh. No idea what car that was, but they were gone. So how that didn't count for damage, I don't know. See where that leaves us.
As everyone knows, these guys get invited to night. We got another group here, and we are about ready to let them join in on the fun. Oh, yeah.
Was it the RX-7? It might have been that RX-7 up front there that just walked away with it.
Oh, they're all looking pretty ready out there. Should be any moment. Okay, and there it is. They are off. Here we go.
That's gotta be glitched. Does seem like it dropped the RPMs even more that time. Interesting. What the heck, dude? That was just ridiculous. I think I need to lengthen 5th gear, because 5th gear tops out, yeah. A little bit shorter than it was, but maybe that will help with where the, yeah, because 5th gear I can get through. So I should lengthen 5th to try to get higher up in the RPM on 6th before I have to shift there. Should have waited until after this turn here. It's funny that that Corvette is not as good as the '03 Mustang GT. Because once you hit 250 in the Mustang, it will cruise at like 240. That one was slowing down a lot more. Yeah, 4,700. That's more like what I would expect to pay. I'll mess with that. So I wanted to lengthen 5th gear in the Corvette. We'll give the Skyline the full pull here all the way around, see what it's like. Is it putting out more power? Yeah, it is. 891, jeez. So yeah, looks like Gojira was right. That is an insanely fast car. Still think I want to use the Corvette as the primary one, just because that's what I picked first. And to make it a little more interesting, just given how easy this one hits 250. Hey, what's going on, Danny boy? Tuned in just in time. We're making our way through the end of the game here. We beat the last showdown to unlock the Rio races. That jumped that gap there, that was wild. And so now I'm going through all of the other kings. Gonna do them first, and then we'll finish it off with the actual Rio races. Just put together this Skyline for the speed challenge stuff, and seeing how it works. Seems like it's definitely, wow, that was super stable through there. Yeah. Seems like it's a very good car for this mode. Although, yeah, that's interesting. So I think it was probably faster around there than the Corvette was, but the game expected it to be faster, so I actually got less points for it.
I'm going on record as saying I've never seen one driver
It is
dominate an
interesting how that
event
works in
like
this
Bradley
game.
Cooper's doing this
Okay,
weekend.
let's see
He
if we
can
get a
take
good
you
reward
out on the
here.
streets, but you can't
Stage 4
cross the
stuff would be
streets at the
nice.
end. Seems clear to me this guy is
Stage
hungry for that number
3,
one
did
spot.
I? That
Also,
might be
over
usable. I
here.
can't remember if I
Huh?
bought,
Hold on. What's
bothered
that?
with Stage 3 brakes on it or
Oh,
not.
no, we haven't got one yet.
They're not super important for the speed challenge stuff, but we'll give it a shot, or double check, I guess. And then before I forget, I wanted to lengthen 5th gear on that car also. Nope, not brakes. Or no, that was what I got, yeah. Okay, it gave me Brumbo's. See if that helps getting up to 250 in that car. And again, I don't think there's anything else. I kind of want to build a different drift car. Okay, let's get through the speed challenges first, because if I lose a car in the speed challenge stuff, I have to build another backup.
For those of you that don't know, nitrocide events aren't for any dude with
Yeah,
a
there's a few
Corvette
mods
that
out
thinks he
there.
can beat his pop. You need a
There's quite a
special
few.
kind of vehicle to drive
I'm
here. You know,
running,
something more
yeah,
than
some
just a
version of
set of
this game
pencils
that you can get
sharpening
that
the
has a
pencil.
bunch of
This
fixes.
Corvette's
I
like a
think it has the
Corvette.
generic fix
All
pack,
guys driving it basic
and some
today.
other stuff. I
All
know I've
guys
been wanting to
driving
try
like they're
out.
gonna shoot down the owner.
There's a
Let's just say they're afraid
rebalance
to
mod
pull
that
over to
makes the
go for a
opponents
road
faster, and
race.
then also
Hey, for those of you
changes
out
the physics
there
of the
who
game. Definitely want to
hold
give
on.
that one a shot. I
You
think that's
stay
probably
right
the
there.
next type
We're gonna
of
be with you in a few minutes, okay?
Nuzlocke run will be on that.
Alright,
Eventually, I'll
where was
do
I?
the Pepega mod if you've heard of that. That's like a
Damn, I'm telling
total
you, this
overhaul of the
thing
game. That might be fun to do a Nuzlocke of as well, but
And there's Boxcut,
still
man.
just in the vanilla
Things
for
couldn't
now.
get any better and better. Buzz are off. This boy is ready. We're gonna find out who the driver's ideas
But
are.
it is nice that people have figured out how to keep this game running on PC. I know last stream I mentioned I actually have the game on like my EA profile, and you can't get it from them anymore. Even if you own it, they won't let you download it. So at that point, it's like, well, you've got to figure out where to go to get it. Go nice and easy through here. This is such a tight section. Want to make sure you don't catch any understeer, because then you'd be into the Subaru and into the wall. Good through there. Okay, that definitely helped. Lengthening 5th there. By the time you shift up, it does seem to adjust 6th gear. What I was noticing with this car is like you'd be doing 200 and something in 5th, you'd get into 6th, and the RPMs would be so low. You'd hit 250 at like 6,500 RPMs, which is not where this engine's making its power. So it would be super, super slow, and you basically have to get behind somebody to be able to do it. But yeah, I think the Skyline is faster, but this one's plenty capable. And I actually like the stability of it too. I'm actually running the stock suspension. I didn't even put any suspension on it because it felt so good over the bumps and everything. Whoa, as I say that. That was different than the last time I went through there. So I will have to keep an eye out for Nevada then, I guess, whatever changes I've made to the car since the first time I went through these 2 stages. It does seem to get a little more airborne than it was originally. You just gotta power through it though. That found. Okay. So yeah, looks like I'll need to invest into some suspension for this car. And I'm now glad that I didn't blow 100 grand or however much on a new drift car just in case something happens here. Should be fine. It's pretty doable. I just need to remember to watch it for all these big jumps that this car actually will get airborne. But the joys of an arcade racer is that you can do what would literally split your car in half and you just keep your foot down and it's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think that people do have this one working online. I haven't tried that myself. I know I saw videos back in the day. I didn't realize, but in this game, when you do drifting online, it actually puts you on the track at the same time, so you can actually do like
Things are
tandem
getting
drifting,
ugly out there.
which is something that
Not too cold
is
yet.
definitely missing from the game. I think drifting
I
overall
know.
is
They call him Carlos
the
the
thing that needs the most work in
Jackalachi
this game for
Baker.
sure. Yeah, I use manual with clutch for sure. That's
Jeez, how many horses have you got right there? I just can't believe it. You better take your pictures now, people, before
But
you
yeah,
see
that's
what
like you
I
said,
figure.
the opponents are pretty easy.
Well, hey,
That's
hold
why I'm
on.
doing this as like a Nuzlocke run.
There's a rat!
Do you know what that is? It actually got started in like the Game Boy Pokemon games, if you've ever heard of Nuzlocke challenges. But I found that this game actually works pretty well for that style of playing a game. I have to take it easy through here. Probably should have stayed in the back of the line so I couldn't get rear-ended. Oh, and I'm off the track a little. Surely that was light damage. Really, it wasn't. That's lucky. Ooh, hey buddy. Oh jeez, there's the light damage. Following too close behind him there. Thought I would be to the right of those poles, but I wasn't. Oh well, we get to see the nice LS power there. Which I actually saw there's videos of the developers talking about this game whenever they were making it, and there is cut content. I don't know which version of the S14 they had, but there is a brief shot of an S14 driving in this game, and then they also had a hood that actually had cuts in it to where you could see the engine underneath. So they definitely did take some stuff out. So yeah, so Nuzlocke's it's basically a way to make games harder. So like in Pokemon, it's like, you've got a health bar and basically normally when your Pokemon gets to 0 HP, you can just like fill that back up. But in a Nuzlocke, it's like, well, if it hits 0 HP, then that Pokemon's done. Like it died. You can't use it again, basically. And then there's all sorts of stuff about like not retrying gym leader battles, that sort of stuff, like it's one and done. So I basically took that and applied it to this game because it's got the tiers of like the battle machine, then react team session, then super promotion. So it's got like a nice tier
That's
to it.
something
And
about what I
so
do
yeah,
for a
like I play
living.
like if I
It
total the
makes me more
car, it's
restless
done.
than
I can't use it
anything.
anymore.
Wins is good for horses,
I
so
can't
let's keep
use any of the
racing.
repair markers, which makes this screen more interesting because it means like there's choices I can make where I don't actually get a reward. Um, I will take that though. Stage 4 tires is very useful. It also means like paying for stuff. I have to pay in cash, so not too much at this point. I did like it's been a good run. I'm at the very end, so I do have quite a bit of cash saved up. But if I had like totaled a car early on or like really messed up in a race, then it'd be possible like if I lose all my money and don't have any cars I can use, then basically I lose the game and I have to start over. Stuff like that. Um, and so it makes it a little more interesting, even though the opponents are normally a little bit slower, but it means you're not just like slamming through them to get to the front of the field because you could just write it off. Like it would cost you money. The other thing that I do is like there's light damage, but then there's also heavy damage. And if I get heavy damage in a race, then I will quit out of the race. Because it's basically like blew up the motor or wrecked something so bad that the car can't keep going. So I'll quit out of that race and then I can't use it for the rest of the race day. So like the rest of the time that I'm here at Ebisu, if I got heavy damage on the Corvette, I'd have to switch to my backup car to finish it out. Um, but then you can repair it after that, so it's not the same as totaled. So it makes it worth it too if you start to get really sideways or something where you might roll over. Like you want to get on the brakes and maybe you only get heavy damage by slamming into a light pole or something. So it just adds that little bit of challenge to the game. And it would be interesting to see how that works with that rebalance mod that actually makes the opponents a lot faster, because at that point, even just winning the race, like it sounds like normally you might have to retry it. And that's the other thing, is I don't let myself retry the races. So whatever I get is whatever I get. And the goal, of course, is to be Street King. Whoa. Yep. So yeah, if I had done that, I would not be able to use that car anymore. I'd have to switch to something else. Which definitely makes the speed... Wow, 3 guys? Or was that 2? 2 or 3 guys total through there. But speed challenges in this game obviously are pretty notorious for being tough. But with the added, like, yeah, if I mess up and slam into a light pole at 200 and get heavy damage or total my car out, then wow, that was rough through there. Then that's going to have an effect on my ability to beat the game. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So like in that reward screen, if I had got like a progressive like repair or total marker, I don't let myself use those at all. Um, and so like it means like, oh, like the luck that I get by picking whichever option I pick, like it actually matters in that. Um, and then yeah, like there's just no retries. Yeah, it just makes it a lot more interesting, I guess. Also kind of closer to real life. Like, if you total your car, like yeah, you're gonna have to start over. You're not, you can only bend up a shell so much before it's not usable anymore. And if you blow your motor, like, in the drag racing mode, if you blow the motor, and the game will actually let you keep going, but you have heavy damage. But of course, if you pop a motor in real life, then, that's going to be it for that car until you fix it later. I think that's the only thing about this Corvette on these top speed runs, is that it doesn't get off the line very quick, and so I don't get slipstream. But now that I have it fully upgraded, it looks like it is quick enough on its own to not be too bad. When I first had it, it was like I needed the slipstream off the start of these. Somebody totaled again there to be within a shout of winning overall. Yeah, get on the brakes there, because who knows what they're going to do. Whoa, that was some random understeer. I almost smacked that concrete there. That would have been a heavy damage or total for sure. But yeah, I had earlier on in the React Team session tier of levels, there was one circuit with a hairpin, and I got on the brakes in line with everybody else, and the guy behind me didn't hit the brakes, and so he just slammed into me hard enough that I took heavy damage. And so because of that, like, I wasn't able to continue on, and I only won the race day instead of dominating it because of that. So yeah, it's just nice to see those kind of consequences. But at this point, I'm just kind of getting through the end of the game. The other thing, I guess, because I can't retry any races. Like I have to be perfect when it comes to the king races, because for the grip, drift, drag, and speed kings, they've got those 3 races, and that means like you have to win all three of them in a row. Yeah, so that total repair marker I don't get to use, unfortunately. So that was kind of a waste of a reward there. Um, but yeah, so you have to be perfect on all of their races, which is, again, how it would be. Like if you're going to challenge somebody to take their title or whatever, they're not going to let you do it 60 times until you happen to win it. And then, oh, okay, now you're the king. Like it's no, like you beat me 3 times in a row or you walk away. What was I going to do? There was something I was going to look at. Oh, that's right. I got the tires for this one. Just that little bit extra if I need it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was going to see. Which this will be a little bit risky going into Nevada and messing with this for the first time. Let's lengthen first gear just a little bit and fifth a little bit more, I think. Yeah, exactly. It does make it makes it more interesting. Like the fact that you can actually lose and lose all your progress and all that. That was when I first started doing this challenge because I've, played this game off and on for years. And when I was first setting up these rules and kind of figuring out what was fair and interesting, I think I tried it about 8 times before I actually got all the way to being speed or street king. There was one time I literally had gotten every single king and was finishing out Rio, got past the Nevada races, which is normally the toughest stuff. And I was just doing the Tokyo. It was like the last circuit race, and I had a Porsche 911 Turbo, and just happened to turn a little bit too early, and I hit the inside wall and then slammed into the outside and totaled my car. And so because of that, I could, it was done. So I beat literally everything but like 2 races on Rio and didn't get to be Street King. And that I didn't play the game for a while after that one. That one hurt. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I wish there was guides on how to mod this game because it seems like you can do a lot with it. I did a little bit of searching, and it seems like there's some guides for visual mods, but like you can really mess with the physics and all that sort of stuff. It would be nice if somebody came up with kind of really how to get into that stuff. Yeah, it was pretty bouncy through there. May have to. Whoa, yeah, that's super. Whoa, okay. Oh, oh wow. Yep, that. Yep. Oh no. Oh man. I said it was gonna be risky. I liked how the man. I've got on my YouTube channel the previous VODs for my other play or my other parts of the playthrough. I need to go back and see when did I make an adjustment to the Corvette that would have caused it to get bouncy like it was. And then yeah, going to stage 3 suspension was not the answer, it turns out. So yeah, that car's done, and also I don't get to. It was Nevada B, so I don't get to redo that one because I one and done. Thankfully, I went ahead and spent the money on the Skyline, so I do have a backup to try and uh, continue on here. Because yeah, like if I total this Skyline, I don't get to even face off against Nate Denver. So this will be interesting. At this point, I just have to do good enough to win, but try and stay safe, basically. Which this is a better car. I wanted to keep using the Corvette because it was more interesting to not have it be as OP. I didn't realize that the Skyline was this good. But somebody was, after I had picked it, somebody was like, oh yeah, like that's a really good car. So we'll see how this goes. Oh wow, yeah, I don't think I had the downforce on it before. That didn't really even get airborne at all. But yeah, I went with the C6 instead of the Z06 because when I bought it, thanks buddy, when I bought it, I think the Z06 was still locked, and I was thinking it's like, well really, like the C6, the base one is narrower, which really would be what you'd want for high speed stuff as far as like aerodynamic wise. That wide body would kind of like it's more disruption of the air going over the car. And it's like, well, if they're both Corvettes, you could just throw a Z06, engine in it or tune yours to be high horsepower. It's not like there's something exclusive about the Z06 engine. So that's why I went with the C6, but uh, sounds like maybe I should have gone for the Z06 package there. But yeah, this is much, much better. Thanks, buddy. Jeez. It does mean I'll need to build another backup car. Well, actually, no. Well, let's see. Let me think. No, I don't need to build another backup car because it won't matter from here on out as far as speed challenges go. Because literally, I get through this one or I don't, and then I have Nate Denver, and either I beat him 3 races in a row or I don't. I guess I would need another one for Rio. If I happen to total this one, then I can build another car to go up against Rio. Oh, whoops. Didn't realize I was that close to the end. Should still, yeah, not a huge amount of points, unfortunately. I was like 50, but yeah. So yeah, that's the other thing is when you put a body kit on them, the price gets a lot higher. So 4 grand. Uh, so do I want to do the long one or do I want to do it in the top speed runs? I think we will go ahead and do the heads up race here.
Look at all those tuners. I bet this is the first legal race for some of them. One thing's for sure, looking at all that firepower lined up out there, you're gonna... Oh, it's about to happen. Don't just sit there. There's a start. Here they
God, I'm surprised how bouncy that C6 got because I even softened the suspension and it was just, once it got going, there was nothing I could do. I tried turning left and right a little bit at first, and then once I saw that didn't do anything, I just let go of the steering stick and just off the gas and just like, maybe it'll come back down. And then it got off the road, and at that point, it's like, yeah, nothing you can do. Uh, get up this straightaway here. Yeah, I don't know if there's, because like the other game that I play a lot of is Midnight Club 3. I do speed runs of that, and there is actually still an online group that plays that game quite a bit. Be interesting to see if there is for Prostreet as well. So I'll have to look up and see how to get it running with the LAN setup compared to, because obviously the servers are down anymore. But yeah, this is, nope. God dang it. I literally thought, let's see what it does over that. And then it just, oh, that sucks. Oh man. So that's a no to being Speed King then. So yeah, not gonna get to be Street King this run. We'll still do the other ones and see it through. See how far we can get there. But that is, man. Oh, okay. So that's, yeah, are you Danny in the Discord there? Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But dang. So yeah, I'll have to build another speed car now to go up against Rio. Oh, not the right button. But not gonna be Street King this time. So let's jump into the drifting real quick. Yeah, I did. As well as it went over those smaller humps, I thought, yeah, let's see how it does when it gets a little bit airborne, because I knew that was going to be a hill that might be an issue. I did not expect it to bounce like that, though. Like as soon as it hit the ground again, it just was straight up in the air, and I had no control over it at that point. Man,
Hold it, we're locked and we're loaded. We're ready to go.
so I've got,
Right, he's
I think it said 170 grand, which sounds like a lot, but building a fully tuned car, that actually, I don't even know that that would be enough to buy a pretty expensive car and then also level 3 upgrades. So it almost becomes, what's the cheapest car that I can buy? That's the other thing. So I did beat this on stream once already, and I had used the cars that I had tried using throughout all those years of playing this game. So I decided for this run I would not let myself use those cars because I already knew that I could beat the game with them. And for that I had actually found like the underrated speed challenge car is the '03 Mustang GT. It's super stable, and it's only like 23,000 to buy the car itself. And so that is like you can queue up like two or three of those cars ready to go if you have issues. So I can't use that one. I don't know if I want to go back with the Corvette after that because it is Nevada, and I just saw that fully upgraded for whatever reason. It was like worse than when I first started with it, but I don't know that it would be fast enough with the way I had it set up before to beat Rio. So we might have to go in uncharted territory with the speed cars here. It's nice to see the Corolla working. I don't want to do the full Toge courses because they are not any fun in this game. It's like, it's such a bad layout for a drifting course to have like two hairpins and then also accelerate away from it like that. Like in real life, you might have that long straightaway, throw it sideways out on the outside of the course in like a big outer zone so that you can do massive angle going into the hairpin, flip it back for another hairpin where you like ride the outside of the turn. That's pretty realistic. But to then be like, all right, and now you've got another 80 yards that you need to stay sideways in a straight line. Like, no, that's not how that works. And also for some reason, like going way out to the right there might work, but for like the game just does not let you. Just the way that the car naturally wants to go, it keeps stuck, like sucked over to the left side of the road. Had it the first time, interesting. Oh yeah, I mentioned it earlier that yeah, that's I know I've tried like the Shelby GT 500 or 300, whatever it is, the classic Mustang. I've tried that one before, and I couldn't get it to work. But it seems like there are some of the muscle cars that are usable. I'm trying to think of. I don't think anybody's done competition with them. There was the old. Somebody did use like a classic Porsche, like a 70s Porsche in competition drifting. I think that was in like 2006 or so. People have done some pretty wild builds. I don't know that anybody's done classic like muscle though.
Dude, napkin, paper towel, help me out. A little help over here.
Ah, dang.
Hold on, give me a second. Excuse me there, folks. Okay. Yo, so this one time I got to
I think this is one that you can get a lot of points on. But yeah, I really would like to mess with the physics of this game, learn how to mod it, because I really think the drifting stuff needs an overhaul. I saw one clip on YouTube of a guy that did something with the drifting where, yeah, this is one you can get a ton of points on. Um, One guy did a tweak that basically lets you turn left or right quicker as far as like changing your direction in the middle of a drift. And the way that it looked made me realize that I think you could actually make this, it's still going to be arcadey, but I think you could make the way it goes through corners more like it does in real life. Because they do have some pretty good tracks in this game. And the fact that it's like point to point like this instead of just, do a bunch of laps and as long as you're going sideways, we're going to count it. Um, you could do some interesting stuff with this game. But yeah, as far as classic muscle, I think it would be so cool if somebody did like a classic F100 truck and made one of those into like an actual competition car. I know I've seen some that are basically show trucks, but they're done to be like lowered and everything to where they look like they could drift, but like one that actually has angle kits, and you could almost even do the like the Formula One style horizontal suspension in the rear because it's just a truck bed. So you just have the shocks on their side. I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank on what that suspension is called. Um, but because like those old F100s, they basically look like they have a wide body kit on them already with their huge wheel arches. Okay. You want to pick which door I go for here?
Other than that, we're not. Excuse me.
Give me a big prize like level 4 engine or something.
Excuse me there, folks. Okay. Well, let me just say hi to the noise bomb models out there. Hey, ladies. The noise bomb models are making their way around right now. They'll stop to catch some flicks in the yard or whatever, but yo, seriously? Dude, hands off. Especially on the blonde right there. Because I've been trying to catch your number for like days. Call me. This is Big J from Noise Bomb. I'd like to give props to you guys out
First
there
one?
for
Alright, let's
supporting us.
see.
You make it possible for these
Hey,
guys to bring
alright,
you what they love.
7,500. I will take that.
We'll be right back, so
That's
hang
actually
tight.
pretty good. I think the most you can get is like 10 or 15, and since that's like the first one, that's actually really good and usable because that's the car right now. I've got that Corolla basically already upgraded, so even if I got like level 3 stuff, I wouldn't really be able to use it. So yeah, 7,500 in cash, I will definitely take that. I am a little bit worried here though, because like the Corolla, I decided to go with it. It hasn't done like dominant. I don't know if I want to get cut off from another king by losing it on the dockyards. I may panic buy another drift car here since I have $7,500 more than I would have otherwise. That's going to make all the difference. Oh, that's the other thing. So these DLC cars that cost zero, I don't let myself use them. It's annoying because I know years back when I tried modding the game a little bit, Like the developers actually have dollar amounts coded in for these cars, and I tried messing with like some values, like flipping a 0 to a 1 somewhere or whatever, that should activate those costs, but they just wouldn't work. So that's something that would be nice as far as like if I could get that modded in so that I could actually use these DLC cars. But anyways, for now, what do we want to drift? Needs to be something inexpensive. I don't know that an S13 is the way to go. Maybe a G35. RX-8 is OP. That's one that I've used. That's the one that I used whenever I beat the game before, so I don't want to use that one. Could do a 350. That's not much more expensive, and I don't think there's really... The Solstice is pretty inexpensive as well. Now Super is also in there. That's such a long one though. I can't remember how good the Super is at changing directions. I don't think it's all that great. The Solstice is a pretty short wheelbase, so it should be able to flick back and forth better. The other one I was looking at was the 350. We could do some high car, low car, donut media stuff here. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, I just saw the GTO thing as I bought it. Can I sell it for what did I pay for it? I paid 28 for it or something. Because we could go with the American Muscle also. So 28, what do I get if I can sell this back for 28, then we can do that. Oof. Okay. Dang. I just missed it too. I don't think, what can I get out of 40? It's one of those where like I've already spent way more than 40 obviously on that car, but I just don't know that it's gonna get me in the Tokyo dockyards. So yeah, let's go ahead, we'll do that. Let's go GTO. Oh yeah, the other thing is that I don't let myself use those free cars. Yeah, like the ones that they just give you, I don't let myself use those either. They basically sit in my garage. I can't sell them for money and I can't use them because otherwise that's too easy also. Okay. I do think I do want to try it. Let's just do all motor. No, no forced induction, yeah. Oh, no worries, yeah. We'll give it a go with the GTO here. Only need stage 1 brakes really just to adjust it that little bit. Okay, this is going to be the interesting one. I don't think stock tires. The question is stage 1 or stage. How much power are we putting down? 465. Let's go stage 2. If we need to, we can basically put a bunch of tire pressure in them. I also don't do the stock auto sculpt just because it's a free upgrade. That is an interesting wide body, but no. I think actually we'll just, what kind of hood can we put on there? I don't know that I really need a whole lot of aero with this car. Wow, none of those look good on that car. We'll see if we can get away with just a spoiler then. No, not that one. We'll do that. That's about right. For a drifting car anyways. Let's see. I think we'll go with these here. Staggered offset. So I want to say, because that's the thing is like these older games, especially the arcadey ones, these don't actually do what they should. Technically, for a drifting car, you'd want to be stiff in the front and soft in the back. But I think this was still early on enough that most people thought it was the other way around here in the States, where you actually wanted a stiffer rear, which is like somewhat true as far as actually like throwing a car into a turn. It will definitely rotate more if you have less grip in the rear, but as soon as you get on the power, you're not gonna be able to carry as much speed on the power or on the throttle whenever you've got the rear end stiffer than the front. Try that. And then we have no idea what the gear ratios. We do want higher handbrake pressure. We want basically the brakes all the way in the front with lower brake pressure so that I can try to left foot brake if I need to rotate the car more mid-drift. But let's see how it goes here. We're showing up with two GTOs, why not?
Hey, what do you know?
One of them I
He's a
can't
high
use though.
schooler, and he's not scared to flex a bit of that American muscle. Come on, man, show him what you're working with. He's looking nice in that GTO. You know, it's like they always say, there's no substitute for cubic inches, and there's no replacement for displacement. There
That's
was
why we
something
kept it
else
all
I was
motor.
supposed to mention.
No replacement for displacement,
Homie,
which is
are you
definitely not true anymore
a
because
good look for you?
uh,
Is that
forced induction absolutely replaces displacement.
come on, you guys ready to test the battle? This guy's gonna be putting it all out there. Come on, let him hear it.
All
All
right,
right, we are done.
much nicer without that turbo whine. Oh, I thought that might be getting into the wall there. So yeah, the mod that I saw somebody messing with was basically just so they could get through this section better. But the way that they adjusted it makes me think that with some more tweaks, you could really make it work the way that it does in real life, or closer to it. Oof. Interesting. Okay. Try to think of what I can change here. I think I need to lower the tire pressure, front and rear. Because it seems like the way this game basically tracks your points is by how fast the wheel speed is. Yeah, I'm like rotating because I've got it stiffer in the rear. There we go, that felt a lot better through there. Fourth gear, yeah. Come on. Was that enough? That was close. Oh, son of a bitch. It was close. But the way it slid across there at the end, literally, I was banging off the rev limiter, but I was actually holding the handbrake with the clutch in and the throttle all the way down. and it allows the car to like slide in a straight line like that. And it makes me think that there's something in the coding as far as like the inertia of the car that I think if that was adjusted along with some other stuff could really change like having to actually use counter steer on the stick to get it to stay like to stay in the arc and everything. So I do think there is some adjustment you could do for sure. Oh, come on. Oh, dang it. Yep. Dang.
The judges saw it too. Unfortunately.
Oh, and then somebody, three people? Oh my God. Okay. Oof.
I don't know. What do you say in a situation like this? Takeshi Sato is one of the most talented judges today. But not
Okay,
today because
so I wanted
AR
to,
has
yeah,
stopped.
it's this one. Need to mess with, let's crank down these tire pressures. And I do wonder, because it definitely seems like, let's give that a shot.
Check it out. Watch out for your. Oh yeah, Takeshi Sato getting ready to throw down. There ain't that many people who take it sideways as good as that dude right there. Okay, let's hear it. All right, we're heading right
Oh, look down at my gauge and not at where the road was. Thought I would had more room than that. Okay, this is actually feeling really good now. I just hate that zone right through there. It is so hard to actually be facing the direction that it wants you to score points. There we go.
keep your car safe.
That's what we wanted to see. Does make me wonder after I probably want to do Autopolis after this in or with level 3 tires and see what adjustments I can make there. Uh, about the same as what I had the first time. It's hard to tell if that was that last turn or that middle section because there's just that back and forth, basically the length of one container, and it's so hard for it to actually get any points there. But yeah, I just put the level 1 NOS on it just to get the extra 100 points. Ah, that was not. Okay, saved it. Well, I say as I hit the wall on the other side instead. Why was that one so much? Well, I did mess up the beginning, I guess. That one seemed a lot worse through there, though. 8100, though, that's more like what we need. Do I want to mess with anything else? Yeah, I might try adjusting the cam timing up and see what kind of a difference that makes.
Oh man, are you guys liking what you've been seeing or what? I gotta hand it to Ryan. I gotta tell you, the first round is the real deal. This is it, people. This driver's gonna tear it up for you. Get ready to let him hear it. Okay, this is it. This is it. Put your hands together. Too fast. Nice, nice.
Technically that's one that you can just like try to ride the inside wall and get a bunch of points on, but I don't like doing that just because it feels like trying to cheat the system. It's kind of like how in speedrunning of this game, you use like the easiest assist level and everything, whatever it's called, and you can literally like drift the wrong way against the outside wall and it won't let you leave the track, and so you just get like 20,000 points or something because it basically lets you just spin the tires um, and stops you from messing up. There's definitely a lot of abusable stuff in this game as I enter in where I'm going to have to do. That was better. Come on. Come on. Still in the 28. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways to abuse this game for sure. I know like in the speed challenges, the McLaren F1 is totally OP, like full throttle over every single bump or hill, and it just sucks to the ground. It doesn't matter. You can do 250 the entire way on any of the maps, basically. Turn back, turn back. Ah, knew it. Yeah, not there on that one, unfortunately. Yeah, sounds good, Danny. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so at least it didn't cost as much money because it's still the stock body kit. So it's not eating into our funds a whole lot, which is good. Also get to see if the changes we made get us better on this track because we got fourth the first time through here. But we've gotten first the last two maps, so I think we'll be alright. Did that actually count as light damage then? It might have. I feel like it had to, with it actually affecting the car. Seems like normally if you slam into that wall and nothing happens, then you're good. And it was after the checkpoint. That's probably another few $100s with the way this game is set up. I guess that's another thing that I'd like to mod is how much damage actually costs, what kind of a scale it's on, or whatever it does to track that. It should probably be a lot higher than it is. Oh, no. That was a weird bit of why is it doing that? Just did not want to listen to my inputs on the steering wheel there. So that was a bit of a write-off.
The judges saw it too. Unfortunately.
Ooh, still barely in the lead. Okay. We'll improve on this one though. Ooh, that was a nice catch. Not as much points through the Manji section there, but I carried more speed, so let's see how that helps. Not as much. Dang. Was I able to? Oh, come on. Got me on the last run. I may have to switch away from the GTO though. 5,000 cash, I'll take that. Ooh, I thought it, ooh man, 2,400, dang. That's a hit for sure. Because yeah, I've got 115,000 in cash right now, but I still have to build another speed car because I totaled both of mine. And I may have to switch away from this car or even just level 3 supercharger if I have to go away from the all motor setup. That's still going to be probably 20 to 30 grand on that. That 115 grand will go away real quick, unfortunately. I don't know if I have enough really to pivot to another car again. So we took a chance on the GTO, and unfortunately it's just not paying off. I guess thankfully I do still have the drag and grip king stuff to get through. Yeah, see, we're nowhere close, dang. Got the drag and grip king stuff to get through as far as building up some more money. But I think I have to dominate this to unlock the next race day. So if I don't get that, then that's 2 kings that I'm not going to get this run, which is unfortunate, but that's part of the challenge. Seems like the C6 Corvette we were using for the speed stuff has a sweet spot, but if you throw all its max upgrades at it, then it got super, super bouncy, which is really bizarre to see. Yeah, 26.9. Ah, and it was 2 different people ahead of me already.
We're gonna finish this thing off right now. Let's see who's gonna okay, there's our starter.
Ah, too late on the NOS, dang. Okay, interesting. Interesting, that was closer. It was like oh, that was my last draw. Oh, dang, I don't know that we're gonna dominate. Where are we at? Is that one more? Oh. Ooh, wow. 8,800? That's gotta be... And which track is it? Oh, son of a bitch. I'd have to get over 4 grand. I don't know that I'm gonna get there. I don't. Oh, man. I don't think I'll be able to get there. What if we do more like this? I don't normally let myself do the practice stuff, at least not in a long time. But I think we're gonna have to here if we have a chance at it. I need another 1,000. Oof. This is going to be interesting. So I think that's somewhat the right direction. But I think I need something more like that. Interesting. That is really bizarre. So that was a step backwards. What in the heck do we do here? What does it say? Toe out will help turn in. So it does have that correct. Let's try this. It's strange how much different that's feeling. We'll do that instead. Still not quite where I was. Definitely felt different though, so let's see where this rabbit hole takes me. Yeah, if you don't get that right, then it's not, like, you're just not gonna get any points. It's not promising that my first run was my best one so far. It's so weird that that works. Excuse me. So yeah, back to 3,000, but that's gonna be 1,000 short. I just don't know. Well, let me take pictures with my phone here of where we're at currently, because I'm gonna try something more extreme, basically. What happens here? That seems like more than I've had. Hmm. Are we onto something here? Is it that unrealistic that you would actually do something wild like this? I kind of hope not, but I guess we'll find out. I guess that is how they have the wheelie stuff set up too, and that's incorrect. Only gonna get us that 200 more. That's just not enough. Because it's 4,500 for... God, what did I need 8,800? Or, yeah. It's 4,500 for the win and no damage. So I need over 4 grand? It's just not gonna happen, is it? feels way different. What is that? Super snappy, but it wants to stay, like once it wants to turn. That is so bizarre. So it's like you run it in deep, swing it back around. How weird. That is such a weird line it wants to take you through there. Oh man. Closing in. Well, that wasn't it. Yep. Let's screw up that one so I don't get any points there. Still over 3. It's not enough. That very first one, getting 4th in that very first run really screwed us. I'm wondering if we just do that as well. That is really bizarre how that has affected the car. I don't like it. Not the right direction, okay. Seems like the suspension you do want wonky like that, but let's see what we can get out of the tires. Nope, that ain't it. Well, let's just say everything towards oversteer. Yep, too much towards oversteer. Going backwards again. Okay. What did we have? Now look at the photos I took here. What did we have the tires at before? That's going to be our main thing. It was actually right there. It was actually really close to what that's at right now. Wow. So now I knew that was too much. Man. Now I just try to get back to that 3,400 I was seeing. And I have to keep it clean for 3 runs in a row too. Can't afford to drop the 500 if I have any shot. Turn the other way, come on. I didn't get the long drift bonus this time. Why did I not get it that time? Alright, last bit of practice here. Just keep it in second this whole way. How is that not the long drift bonus? What in the world? Why am I not getting it anymore? What was I doing before? Why did I get it that time? What? One more, try to figure out why. All threes, there we go. I cannot believe it got it that time when it wasn't doing it before. That last one felt so bad. Turn back, yeah, like the fact that I bounced off the wall like that. Slowed, fuck. And then I still got it. That is so weird. Alright, well, nothing left but the crying. Because yeah, how much do we need? It was 8,800, there's no way. Well, damn. I think that's probably the first time I've not gotten Drift King. But we did also panic buy. I didn't believe in the Corolla. I should have believed. I guess we know again for next attempt. What is, and then I immediately, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. There's no way I'm getting 8800, so. I swear the physics are different between the practice runs and the competition, though. Because that feels very different. Was it a nice solid run? I don't think it was. Come on, why am I not getting that? Was it? Because I might be off by 1 point. Are you kidding me? All right. Here we go. There we go. Even though that's utterly ridiculous as a drifting line. Come on. At least give me the win. Alright. Yeah, it was that 1/4 place. Absolutely screwed us. Ugh. Yeah. We could easily have gotten that. We did have 2 seconds, but that fourth absolutely screwed us. Man. Yep. I was thinking you had to dominate to get the next one. So, that's 2 kings that we will not be this run. Man, that looks so promising to start. Yeah, I should have stuck with the Corolla. I think it would have been enough. It does also mean, yeah, because that thing going into the showdown with Rio is gonna be rough. I don't think we. Yeah, what the heck? Why not? But the next time we get to try that will be against Rio. Boy, that's gonna be something.
You know who else showed up today?
Oh yeah, I can also soften the suspension on this one because I don't have to worry about the wheelie challenges really until I go up against Carroll, because you can get so many points off the 1/4 and 1/2 mile drags. Hey, in the sevens. I was thinking this was the fastest track. It does seem like PIR, you get your fastest times there.
We are ready to go again here. We got two guys that are looking at each other through the window, and they are definitely not trying to make friends. That is my man, Ryan.
Is that one even faster? Nice. Triple zeros, that's what you like to see. Yeah, it was. 200s. I'm gonna try a second gear NOS this time.
He's not scared to mash that pedal, and he's definitely not scared to grenade that engine, ready to go for broke. Dude, I love it! I love it! Now that's just some serious smoke right there! This is what you came to see, everybody! Just slaying them down there!
A hundredth faster? Did I still get triple zeros? Yep. Interesting. Okay, so now to mess with the suspension in the rear there so it doesn't pop a wheelie anymore. We can focus on getting down the track. Okay, so 3 ticks over.
Oh well, what do we have here? That's Joe.
Should be enough to keep it on the ground.
Hey, dude, just a note. Laying smoke is a lot easier if you turn on the car. Hello? Okay, right now I'm gonna tear up the strip for you guys. Don't be shy, people. Get ready to make some noise for these guys. Oh, man, give it up. Ryan Cooper smoking them down to the wire. Hold it, there he is. He's just waiting on the green.
Still up in the air. Did not expect that. Maybe I need to go softer with it.
Ooh, Chevy and a Dodge. We're about to watch an old showdown. I tell you, the strip ain't big enough for both of them. We're about to find out who's gonna crack, and that's for sure. Oh, yeah, Ryan Cooper! Oh, hey, are you ready? Let me hear from you guys out there. Way to go! This driver don't back down from nobody. He's the pride and joy of Apex Glide. He's forgotten more about racing than most fellas know. He's gotta be a potential winner. Showboat, freestyling, full-on entertainment. That is my man, Ryan. Should be the tree gonna light up. Let's keep it light. Smoking.
Huh. Faster on the first one, but then way slower on the other two.
Ouch, people. This is where the real drag race action takes place, and we're sure seeing it go down today. How about that Ryan Cooper? I like what I'm seeing from this guy. I heard he was big time on the street race.
Okay, one last fiddle with the suspension here. That was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 ticks over, why not? Nope. There we go.
You know, I'm not sure where. Come on, man. That is just sad, bro. Come on, Cooper. Let them know you're alive, please. This is gonna be a slice of heaven. We got a Dodge Chevy showdown. I tell you, the strip
Is
ain't
that,
big enough for both
I
of
think the
them.
voiceover there was from the practice session.
And who's gonna take it back? And that's for sure.
Like, because I was just sitting there.
I love it. Now that's just some serious smoke
That's
right
interesting.
there. Yeah, I feel
There we go. Nope, still didn't. Well, came back down a lot faster though. And look at that, even another 100th off. The fact that it bounced up though. Might take the level 2 suspension, which obviously I'm not going to put on.
And I'll tell you, people, don't sleep on this kid. He has been known to pull some big-time surprises.
That's the way it is in the Dodge Charger. If you leave it on level 2 suspension, it will not get a wheelie going. Nice if I didn't have to do the half-mile stuff, but we'll see. There it is, even quicker. I think that's the fastest this car has gone. 786 ain't bad. Is that enough?
Oh, that is it. Ryan Cooper is
Yeah, alright.
everyone down this weekend. That guy's winning almost
And
every
10
race
grand
now. This
cash.
is
I will take that.
ridiculous. This guy's
So how much is it for the
reputation on
win?
the street, and now I can see
Does it
that
even
he's
tell you?
truly earned it. This weekend totally
No.
belongs to him. Nice work, Mr. Cooper. Nice job.
Because it's, yeah, 3 quarters, 2 halves, and a wheelie. So we can just keep doing these quarters.
This is a road speed event.
And do, just out of curiosity,
There he is.
will this get up in the air the way I've got it now? Indeed it does. Ah, but it does come down a lot faster. I think I waited up into shifting the third to hit the NOS. Maybe I need more of a... You can get over 1,000 feet that way. I don't, yeah, but it's not, yeah. 13, 14. Dang. 4,400, yeah. So 9 ticks over, because whenever it's stiffer, it's definitely easier to make it the full strip with a wheelie. That's the fastest this car's ever gone. Jeez. I was thinking, okay, maybe this one's faster. I thought PIR was the fastest, but I guess those airstrips with all the laid-in rubber from the planes. Is that identical? Yes, it was. That enough to win? Should be. No? Oh man, am I gonna have to do 19? No, I can do that in 2. Yeah. Going through the motions with this one. Just that little bit quicker again. Nice. $201, dang. I don't remember if we've gone across the line over 200 before. Yeah, it seems to be that little bit faster hitting Austin second. That almost made me go. He went way early.
Everybody knows you can only get into these road speed races if you get an invite. And let me tell you, you really got to prove yourself to get one. Looks like a bunch of these guys earn their invitations the old-fashioned way, and that's by whipping dudes a quarter mile. There are 1 or 2 drivers out there who are well on their way to winning this weekend, and that is for sure. Like I was saying, we haven't got a... Hey, can you check the level on this thing? It's starting to ring in this one ear. Yeah, no, not that ear. The other. How is this? Okay, hold on. Hello, check. Hey, how's that? You getting anything?
Dang. I was hoping for level 4.
We're about to show all the...
Uno mas.
There's Joe Tack. This race for Apex.
And then it's Infineon, I think, is where the drag strip is at, with that weird bend in it. 202, dang.
Chevy and a Dodge. We're about to watch an old showdown. I'll tell you, this is one battle you can sink your teeth into. We've got some firepower lined up out there. Dude, I love it. Now that is some serious smoke, right?
That was an odd way to shift the gears. Yeah, okay. Definitely slower too.
This is it. This is the deciding round. Drivers aren't taking any prisoners.
I'm wondering if it would be more interesting to require that I do these like as I'm going along. So before I can go to, well, there's also, yeah, that might be another set of requirements to make it more interesting. Like before I get out of the, you might be able to for the battle machine stuff. Before I get out of battle machine, I have to have um, at least the grip runners unlocked, and then do that first one and dominate it. That might make it really, really difficult. So instead of getting to the very end and then having to do all of these, they should all be done except for the king by the time I get through a super promotion.
Ridiculous. This guy has quite a reputation on the street, and now I can see that he's truly earned it. This weekend totally belongs to him. Nice work, Mr. Cooper.
That might be interesting. Because having, it also depends on when you can, because like nitrocide, obviously, you wouldn't be able to get that until, I don't remember how many it takes to unlock, but you'd have to spend a lot of time in the React Team session stuff trying to get, because you'd have 1, 2, 3, I don't know what's in the bottom left, maybe 4 chances of getting records. Be tough. Yeah, depending on that, I was thinking that was right. This is the one where you've got 2, 2, and 2, if I remember correctly. Yep. Oh no, Craig Wright's got the GTO. Who has their charger? I could have sworn there was an Aftermix charger. The man, the machine, the legend. Surprised they're still topping out at the 9s. Seemed like they were closer to what you'd hit.
Today, Craig Wright from the once invincible. This is it. We got our first
Once invincible, I mean, I was beating them pretty bad already. Quicker through the gears, but a slower start there. Just got to put the best of both of them together here. Should be all right. Oh, come on. All misshifts through there.
I see Benny Gall's gonna be in the mix today. Watch out for that guy. Hey, Benny, my man, when did they let you out of house arrest? Just playing with you, bro. So, if I may, let me tell you about.
.74 is not bad. Yeah, Frank. Always the one to be out in front. Alright, come on. Man. They like to keep it close. Ah. Dang it. Okay. Still enough to hang on, though.
Check it out. I don't even think that the road speed guys themselves could have predicted Ryan Cooper would be doing what he's doing out there. Yes, sir. We got dual Chevys out there with battle of the the rides are equal, so it's really going to be driver against driver.
Except that I've got like 100 more horsepower. But yes, driver against driver. Although I guess it is a wheelie competition, so. There it is. I wonder if there's a way to get the Dodge Viper SRT4 to behave like the Charger does, where you put the level 2 suspension on it and it doesn't wheelie. Because if you can get the Viper to stay on the ground, that would do a lot, I think. Don't know why I didn't go nearly as far. It felt like I was in the air as long. But hey, still got it.
Well. Looks like Carol Monroe has come to play. She had no choice either because Ryan Cooper has been torching the strip here at road speed. Looks like the Drag King is ready to throw down right now. Oh, we are in for a treat. This Ryan Cooper guy has been an absolute revelation out there. Come on, you guys
Alrighty.
have got to admit no one predicted.
So yeah, wheelie competition first. So we'll hit it with the 9 ticks back over. And away we go. Yeah, what do you think about what's going on out there? Yep, that's definitely from the practice because it's got 2 audio tracks that we're playing there. But also do another burnout, if you don't mind. Was she in the 4-figure? Oh, okay. It's like, wait a second. Ooh, I wasn't sure if it was going to get back up. Still, though. Just worried she's going to hit me with a 4-figure. Alright, come on. Hey, very nice. I was worried.
Well. We've got quite a battle on our hands. Our man Cooper's...
Back to our drag setup here. Let it soak up all that torque. I thought she would have earned her crown by beating absolutely everybody. Yep, look at that. Let she false start. Yep, that's a good way to start off. 774 on Infineon. That's pretty dang fast. Softening up that rear helped a lot. Was it? No, within a second, at least on that last round head to head.
Honest, I am not saying I'm surprised, but still, I never thought fastest quarter mile I've ever seen was turned in by this young lady. No question, she is the premier drag racer. She's earned her crown by beating almost everybody.
Sub 12 half mile. It also soaked up those bumps pretty well. Oh, come on. A little bit bumpy through there that time. Nope. Whoops. And I still got her. Just looking at my phone for a second there. One for 3 so far. Not how I expected this run to end. I really thought I was going to come out of it Street King again, but that's why we do it, I guess, right? $50K, definitely not going to hurt. On to the grip races.
Well, there he goes now. We've got Ryan Cooper preparing to join the lineup out there. It's his first race at GFX, but I must say
We should absolutely obliterate this first set of races. Now some rally driving, left foot braking through there. Just modulating the throttle and brake at the same time through those S's. Whoa. slow it down? Nope,
Second
not
well
enough.
finished and Cooper leads.
Need to be on the brakes a little bit sooner, it looks like. I don't think I've done Mondello Park with this car since it was almost stock, though. So definitely don't have the braking points memorized. Wide again there. Not too bad though. Only 9,700. I'm kind of surprised at that.
Didn't go well for Mr. Ryan Cooper there, did it? Gavin was just too strong and too fast. Actually, he drove a brilliant race as well. One thing about Gavin is the man.
Just trying to pick out which of these races will be the quickest. I have to throw the handbrake there. Oh, too early. Oh shoot, because I can't restart. Race officials would definitely have a word with me for unsafe rejoin. Yeah, if I had actually beached myself there, then that would have been... Well, no, I've got plenty of other races still to try, so... It wouldn't have been like if that had happened against... what the hell? If that had happened against, like, Ray Krieger, then that would have been real rough. I did it again. I should have used it here instead. Don't know why I ran it wide there. So yeah, that definitely wasn't going to be another 97. There he is indeed. Absolute grip, or best grip driver around, and yet he hit something.
Wicked, man. Ryan Cooper just took out the mad Russian himself. I never expected this. No one expected it. No one saw it coming.
Dang, so we're going to have to do 2 of the long ones.
Okay, well, because this is going to get much more crowded. Yes, we're just about ready for the next group to enter the race. Now this, yes, this people is why you're here.
Everybody got out of the way. That was some Bruce Almighty stuff right there. remembered at that time to actually wait to use the NOS. Not on the front straight. Forgot that time though. I made the corner better though. Didn't think I was going to manage through the turn there. Alright, now for the long course.
I'm delighted to say that Ivan Tarkovsky has joined us today, although perhaps you know him better as the Mad Russian. Ivan is actually quite reserved when he's out with the car,
Hey, I will take that. Be nicer for like a stage 4 drivetrain or engine, but is what it is. Stage 4 always nice to see.
Well, good news for us, that's a new ex-Glide driver. We're in for some extraordinary driving. He's a force in every race he enters. Right, okay, all the drivers are now on the mark. And we'll start now. Right, then we've got a clear leader, and we're just heading into turn one. Let's see if this
Really stuck it on the inside there. Thought I was fully on the brakes. Didn't need to go down to second there. Might help if I kept looking at the road. There we go. Jeez, that was a audio glitch and a half there, wasn't it? Only 8100 too. Ugh, that's so annoying. Time attack's gonna be easier. Oh no, I missed the start. It doesn't matter. So I want to use a NOS here, I think. Along the start straight coming around for the second lap. Along that straightaway. After the first hairpin. Maybe through here? Or out here, I think. Yeah. That would be the way to go. Actually, no, wait. Onto the start straight, that first one, and then back onto the start straight. Duh. Nope. Bad through there, so I'll do it on the other spot instead. Slow it down. There we go. Get that all-wheel drive drift going. All-wheel drive drift. And that is how you do a lap. That was really nice, that decreasing radius there. And on to Texas. more stage 4.
It's an
Nope,
absolute
that'll work.
warning every grip race this weekend.
Yep, Texas. Got them nice carbon ceramic brakes there. Wow, that jumped me up to 331,000. I guess we'll be alright then. That should be enough, certainly, to
Well, finally, the G-Effect boys have brought their style of racing from Europe to America, and Texas
should be enough to pivot to another drifting car and build another speed car, I would think. Especially once we get whatever we're going to get for beating the Grip King.
This is it. We're about to have all the cars on the course. This could be mayhem. Right, okay, the drivers, all the drivers are now on the mark. We've got
Nope, too much on the inside. That's definitely like a outside in line through there for sure. That was bizarre. Somebody totaled their car? I don't think I've ever seen that on this track. What did you do? How bizarre. No body panels missing, just sitting there in the middle of the track. Truly strange. Didn't even see how much I got for that. Whoops.
Well, this is quite the turn of events. Ryan Cooper has taken out Gavin May.
10.4,
Gavin is
or no,
probably one of the top grip
9.3,
drivers
nice.
around, and I guarantee the grip runners
Is it
team
4
are going
laps?
to
It
do
is.
absolutely.
Should be all good though.
Well, Good news for us. There's an Apex glide driver. I can't wait to see his skill at work on this course. Frankly, I think it'll be brilliant. Hold it. Hold it. Listen to those engines. We're ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out to an early lead. And then they're gonna reel me back in, yep. Oop, too far to the inside there. They are all coming, jeez. So it might not be 250, but it'll be awfully close. Hear him on my outside. Ooh, or just right behind me. Yeah, I hate how they back off like that. It might hit 250, it was 247 there. Without hitting the red limiter. Yep, 250, there it is. I think we've got him. A little bit of a harsh turn there, though, scrubbed a little bit too much speed, but looks like it's still quicker than what he's doing on the high line there. So it's not the perfect car on this high-speed oval stuff like the 911 Turbo is, or even the GT2, but it did enough. I wonder how much. Okay, nice. Way faster than it expected Subaru to go.
There's a car we don't see too many of anymore. That's Gavin May from the Grip Runners team in the Cosworth Fortescue. That car has quite a legacy behind it, but it has come back to bite Gavin. He's known around Europe in that car, so anytime something goes down in a Ford Cosworth,
Do the shorter track here.
I'm excited to say we've got a driver representing Grip Runners today. For certain too. He's not taking this contest for granted. He's really got a serious
Made the mistake of putting me in front too.
yes, we're waiting for the start here.
Yeah, I was going down to second, but I think got enough torque with the all-wheel drive. We can just leave it in third through there. Too much. Whoa. Like some turbo lag that resulted in oversteer. That was bizarre through there. Not as big on the points, but still
That last
good.
race was just typical of what we've come to expect here, as the level of racing is just that much better than anywhere else.
Yeah, we'll do the time attack. Why not?
This is a wicked lineup for you, everybody, so get ready. All of these drivers playing for more than cash
Same
prizes.
50
Let me tell you,
seconds.
the ultimate stakes, it's going to be savage.
Oh, come on. I did want a quick start there so I could catch up to them and get the draft. So I want to use all three of the NOS. I'm not going to catch them, are I? That's not ideal. Let's see how we can make this under our own power then. God, we're gonna go. Ah. Gotcha. 3 seconds on him, dang. Alright. Yeah, I was gonna say 20 seconds faster. How much is that worth? That's worth a whole lot.
Let's give a big tip of the hat to Ryan Cooper. That last race was absolutely unbelievable. Cooper's well
Ah.
on his way to absolutely owning every grip race this weekend.
Alright, Ray. We're coming for you.
Thank you very much for making the trip out to G-Effect at Willow Springs today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if I might just deliver a brief...
Do the big GP circuit first here.
Now, come on, everybody. You know you have to clear the lineup. Clear the lineup now. We're about to add to the mix and see how these new cars upset the balance. Oh, yes, 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 they are set. They are ready.
The elusive GTR. I guess while we're on an easier track here, I can talk about how my last race went. We went out to Ojibwe Forest Rally up there in Minnesota. to compete in my 2002 Ford Focus, which is the profile picture on my channel there. It's about a 16-hour trip for us. It's supposed to take 13, but by the time you stop for gas and food and all that, it's closer to 16 hours. So I left, it was last weekend, Friday, Saturday. I left Tuesday morning to head out there, just do it all in one day. And I found out that Google actually has gotten worse since last year when I went out there. Like last year it took me off the highway and then to a whole bunch of random like farm roads instead of just staying on the interstate the whole way there, saying it was going to be faster, so I knew I needed to stay on the interstate this time. And I'm doing that, and then it gets me off the interstate, that's fine. And I knew where we were staying, there's a bunch of cell towers basically out there because it's the middle of nowhere. And I knew it would be near one, and I could see one in the distance blinking, so I'm thinking everything's good. Well, I get there, or it says you have arrived, and there's nothing around. I'm in the middle of the woods up there on some back road, which the place we were staying was on a back road. So by the time I was there, it was like 11:30 at night. I left at 6 in the morning, or no, 7 in the morning. Got there at like 11:30, or 11 is when I rolled into where it said my destination was. It turns out that's not where the hotel was, and I put in, the place had sent us an email with everything and said, here's our official address. That's what I had put in. But if you Google the place, it basically sets the name of the town to be a different town. So I go off the Google one and put the Google address in, and it's like, oh yeah, it's 20 minutes south of where you're at right now. So I had to take more back roads down to the actual motel we were staying at. So left at 7 in the morning, got there at about 11:30 at night. And I drive the race car there. We don't have a truck and a trailer, so I drove my Ford Focus rally car in the bucket seat, no AC, which thankfully wasn't too bad. But drove that there basically. And I basically, I put in earbuds the whole way, so I'm not hearing just engine noise. Listen to podcasts and music and YouTube and whatever. But as I'm getting close, oof, they messed that up pretty badly. Getting close, after I've corrected the address and everything, getting close to where it actually is. And as I'm coming to a stop, I take my earbuds out, and I can hear a grinding, and it sounded like brakes, and I'm like, we should be fine. We put new pads on it. The rears shouldn't really do anything. They're just kind of there. It's all stock setup. Turns out no. The rear brakes were getting low. One of them, and the reason we didn't see it is because they were wearing unevenly. They were wearing on the inside pads more. And so, turns out I need a new brake pad, so got up Wednesday. I had planned on just kind of relaxing for a bit on Wednesday after the drive before we had to really get into stuff. Well, instead I had to find a town over that had the rear brake pads in stock. Thankfully an AutoZone did. But then they didn't have the tool to do the rear calipers on that thing, have the rotational style where you have to turn the piston to get it to compress back in. Well, they had the pads, but they didn't have a tool for it. And I, of course, we hadn't ever changed the rear pads on them because they had always looked fine. Turns out it was because it was wearing on the inside, even though we hadn't changed the pad. We hadn't changed the pads, but we had rebuilt one of the pistons before, replaced it. After we noticed the seal around it was bad when we first got the car. So I get the caliper apart, realize it's got the rotational stuff, go back in, AutoZone doesn't have the tool. Thankfully, there's a Napa up the road that says they do, so I have to reinstall everything. Oh, come on, get there, get there, get there. And I put the pads on in the reverse order so that the side that um, had some pad left on it, I put that one on the side that seemed to be wearing more, and I didn't hear the noise on my way up the road to Napa, so that was good. Then I had to re-disassemble the piece back in their parking lot. Finally got the brakes changed about the time my dad's rolling into town because he left Tuesday afternoon to sleep in the car overnight to get there Wednesday. And we've got like check-in and tech and everything to get the car signed off on and all that. So basically my whole Wednesday is spent running around trying to find brake pads and get them changed out instead of being low-key chill like I wanted it to be. And it's an hour drive from where we're staying and where most of the rally is at to another town where they have the tech inspection and they're going to have like the park expose where everybody can look at our cars and all that before the race. So drive an hour into that, that goes fine. Thursday, was there really, it was just a lot of recce where we're making our notes along the roads. I think that went pretty well. It was though, my dad was saying, we've only done rally in Missouri other than that one. And normally when he's writing out a stage, it's like 5 or 6 pages of notes. And every single one of these was like 10 to 12 pages. So, and the stages were not like way longer or anything. It was just like that much going on, that many turns, that it was double the page length per stage, yeah. So we get all that done. And Thursday night, we got to go again, drive the hour back south to the other town where they're having Park Expose, and they're also going to have the first stage basically be like a rallycross style, like SCCA rallycross, just kind of in a field and along a gravel road at the concert place where everything's at. And that was pretty fun. It was like, I mean, Travis and Brandon literally did it in half the time that we did. They were like 30 something seconds, where ours was 50, just over 50 seconds, I think is what we were at. Um, and they set you in order basically based on kind of how fast you've been in the past and how fast they think your car is going to be. It was kind of nice that we were 6 cars faster than what our starting position was. They send you off a minute at a time, just like the rest of the rally. So we weren't like on that deal with anybody else, but we were still faster than 6 other cars that should have been faster than us. So that was a good way to start things off. But then we've got the hour drive back to the motel. Dad decides that he just wants to go ahead and he'll write all of his finalized notes the next day because he basically writes them down as I'm saying them, and then he worries about spacing and all that before we actually do the racing. So next morning he gets up to start doing all that. It takes him about 4 hours for him to translate or redo what is it, 13 stages, 12, 13 stages? Or no, 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 it was more than that. It was, what, 16? 16 or 17, because the national guys got an extra one. No, they got an extra two, I think. Anyways, however many, it took him 4 hours of writing notes. Um, and then, thankfully, with the motel that we had, we were literally like across the street from where service was, as far as like where the rally starts and everything. So it was like we could walk over to the start. So we didn't have a drive or anything for that. So he gets all those notes written. Everything's good. We go get in line. get our service stuff unloaded, and get ready to race. Um, Head out. Oh, that's right. I started hearing a banging in the back of the car too. I thought maybe it was just like we carry a jack and it's like bolted, or we've got two threaded rods that are welded to the bottom of the trunk, and then you basically slide the floor jack where those two rods go between an opening, and then you've got a metal plate that it's got two holes in it. So you slide it over those two rods, and then you bolt it down so that sorry, I'm having to think through the turns a little bit more on this track. But it's floor jack's bolted to the car, so it doesn't move around. Thought maybe that was a little bit loose or something. Don't need to worry about it. I noticed though that the noise is getting a little bit louder as we're going along, getting closer to the check-in for the first stage. And like you have a minute that you're supposed to be there and check in, and if you're late, it's a 10-second penalty, and if you're early, it's a minute. Or it's every minute that you're late, it's 10 seconds, and every minute that you're early, it's a minute in penalties. So we didn't really have time to mess with anything back there because it's getting louder, and I start realizing like I think it's coming from the left side of the car, like it's not in the middle where the jack would be. I'm like, is the top nut on the strut loose or something? Like, is it this? Because it's every bump in the road it was making that noise, and it's just like, is the strut starting to move around back there? So we actually did something that we weren't supposed to, that we didn't realize, because you check in, you give your time card to the volunteers at the race. They write down some stuff, and then that's kind of like you're finalized in line to start the stage. What we didn't know is that that's a time control, so it's like no hands on the car. Like you can't work on your car between handing them that piece of paper and starting the actual stage. So I hop out and find that if I really yank on it, I can actually move the strut around from the center piston that's through the chassis. So it is that top nut is coming a little bit loose. And it's just like, geez, still I didn't know that I couldn't work on the car. Like it would be fine if I just checked it, but of course I immediately whip out my impact wrench or impact gun and start looking to see if I have a socket that'll fit the nut on there, which I wasn't sure if it would even work because the center shaft on those struts will just spin inside the housing. But there's like an Allen key on top where you can put an Allen wrench in it and then an open-ended wrench over the nut and torque it that way. Well, all we had was an impact gun, so I just set it to the highest setting. Thankfully, I did have the right size socket to go over the nut, and I just set it all the way high and spun it, and just hope that it would tighten it down, which thankfully it did. I wasn't able to move it by hand anymore, but the guy behind me has checked in at that point and comes over, pulls up, and right as I'm kind of standing up from the back of the car, and he's pointing like, are you gonna go? Do I need to go ahead of you? That sort of thing. I'm like, oh, we'll be good. And he's like, oh, what are you doing? So I start telling him. He's like, oh yeah, well I mean, you're not supposed to work on your car while you're in here, but I told the volunteers you must be messing with your helmet or something. So thankfully the car behind us, oh thanks buddy, the car behind us was looking out for us there. Probably saved us a minute or something penalty, or even more. Who knows? Those infractions like that, they'll get you for sure. But it ended up not really mattering. You can definitely check out on my YouTube channel. We take off when it's our turn to, and everything's feeling great. I mean, the roads are super twisty. It takes me a turn or two to trust again. Like, yeah, the car isn't gonna just slide off into the woods, basically. Like, gravel tires have a lot of grip. It is all there. I noticed I had a habit for some reason for the first little bit of like grabbing the handbrake around every single corner. And I think I got that because of the little rallycross stage that we did the day before. Those were tight enough and square enough and all that that like it didn't really matter, so I was throwing the handbrake quite a bit. But you don't really do that on full stage roads. It takes a certain type of corner, so I was actually going slower, trying to do that. So a little disappointed with myself, but I think there was one that was like a left two, and I really got on the brakes and then pulled the handbrake too, which of course didn't do anything because we'd already slowed down. It seemed like I didn't grab it after that anymore. I don't really remember from actually driving it, but I noticed that. We'll understeer there. Noticed that from the video. Um, and so things were feeling really good. Um, really enjoyed the roads. Having a lot of fun. Of course, that was about 4 minutes worth of it. We come up to the spectator point actually. So it's a almost 90-degree left at a T intersection, and that's where because it's a T intersection, like people can spectate because they can drive the other direction of that intersection over, um, and watch where we're at. They've got volunteers there and everything to keep them in line, so they're not on the course or anything crazy like that, or in a dangerous spot. Um, so we blast through the spectator area. Felt good. I'm back down into second gear, and I'm running it all the way up to the car's rev limiter, which is what we had been doing all day. Shifted into third, and immediately something feels wrong. Like I just felt something odd in the gas pedal. And you can hear it in the video, like it doesn't sound like the engine's just revving down, like there's a bassier noise to it also. So immediately I'm off the gas and I've got it in neutral. It's just like, what's going on? But it's still idling. I can see the RPM gauge, like it didn't just die. So I put it back into third and just kind of let the clutch out with no throttle, and it shakes the car. Like the entire car starts vibrating from being engaged with the engine. At that point I knew like something was really, really bad. So put it back into neutral and start trying to find a spot to pull over. Didn't take us too long, thankfully. We were on a pretty long straightaway that, wasn't super, super narrow or anything, so pulled off to the side, start undoing all our stuff. With all the cars for a national event, they've got GPS units that talk to the race organizers and the other cars. And so if you're in the race area and you come to a complete stop, the GPS unit immediately starts asking you, like, are you good? Um, so we had to signal that we were okay and everything, and get all our stuff set up so that other cars knew that we were stopped on the side of the road and all that. Thankfully, we did that well. No issues there. I popped the hood. Sure enough, there's oil kind of all over. Sprayed. I can see it on top of the transmission, on top of the starter, which to me is like, okay, that's not, it wouldn't have thrown a rod above the head, basically. Thankfully, it did seem to be just the head gasket, because we were able to, the next day when we got a truck and a trailer, we were able to get the because that's yeah, because I drive it there. So at this point, we don't have a car we can drive back home. So
is imminent.
the saving grace was it happened, 3 miles into the race. It sucks that we didn't get to do more of the race, but if it was going to happen, at least stuff was still open, like U-Hauls were still open where we could go and get a truck and a trailer. And but it was just a tow dolly. It wasn't, a full trailer, but we were able
How
to
close this
get the car
crosswalk is
to
there are no
run
stoppage
badly,
signs.
but it got up
Ladies and gentlemen,
onto the
well,
got up
ladies and
onto the
gentlemen,
dolly under its own
bring your
power
attention
and
to
then back off
Fuzzy's
whenever we got home. We just made sure we dumped, all the oil we had handy into it so it wouldn't run dry. But I'm expecting it to have just basically the head gasket, I think, wore out on one cylinder and it was spraying oil. It didn't seem to spray any coolant. The reservoirs actually, after we got it home and everything, a few days later, the the coolant level is right where it should be. So it must just be a small, the head gasket failed, but it wasn't like something blew up. That's the temperature gauges and everything were fine whenever it happened. So that's 200,000 miles on that motor. We were planning on rebuilding it next year anyways. I guess we kind of did it in the wrong order. We should have spent the time and money on rebuilding it this year to go racing next year, but at least we got to do 100 Acre Wood earlier this year and got on the podium. We are missing the Tennessee Rally over mountain. We were basically gonna do Ojibwe last week. Then here in a couple weeks, I've got the over mountain in Tennessee. We were gonna do that one and then finish it off at Show Me in Missouri in November. But not to be. We did one and almost nothing rallies this year, unfortunately. But again, it seems like the engine will be salvageable or fixable. It doesn't seem like it's a lost cause or anything there. So we'll get to work on that and might make Show Me next year, next November in 25. Kind of depends on how the bank account's doing because doing that many rallies this year was definitely ending the year with less money than I started it with. 100%, quite a large margin for that. So might do Show Me in 25 if we can, but still the main thing is we want to do all these rallies in 26. And we might do Over Mountain in Tennessee or we might do Colorado. It kind of depends on what people think about this rally in Tennessee. It's the first time they're doing it. And it sounds like it's going to be really, really rough. Really rough roads, really tight roads, not like smooth, not I don't know, not technical tight, but just like awkward and rough, and so it may not be all that fun. We'll just have to see what the final videos and what everybody's saying about it. Hopefully it is. It's cool that they're doing it. And that's, they're talking about WRC stuff. I think it's the same area and some of the same roads. So you would think if it was going to be something the WRC would run, that it would be good. But we'll just have to see. So yeah, 16 hours there, 16 hours back, basically, for 4 minutes of racing. It was not all that worth it. It, it was a really good 4 minutes. Very, very fun roads, but not quite worth that trip, I don't think. So we'll try to get the full pull next year, or not next year, but next time. Because from our making notes and everything on them, they really did seem like really, really technical and tight, and we were gonna have to be on it to finish well. That's just how it works sometimes. the fact that that car had 200,000 miles on it. It had been racing since 2018 was its first rally, and then we had been doing rallies and also driving it there and driving it home. You know, the fact that it got
Boy, this
200,000
grip king
miles
is
before
entertaining, and
a
he's
head
always
gasket
right
failed and
there
not
with
even
you. I
completely
mean, look,
from the way that it,
just
you
look
know,
how hard
again,
hit
it
the
wasn't
right
running
is.
right, but it wasn't, you know, just give it a little bit of
Ladies and
gas or a
gentlemen,
lot of gas and it
ladies
kept
and
going. It was
gentlemen,
spraying oil, of
are you
course,
ready?
but,
The drivers must be
you know, for
cringing
that
a
to be the only thing to have happen, that's pretty remarkable. So we're definitely going to be doing oil pressure gauge added into the system. And there was another guy actually, I haven't seen him streaming since this, but it was like months ago now. He was playing Pro Street with a wheel, and I think it was that rebalance physics mod. But I saw somebody playing Pro Street with a wheel, so I was like, how in the world did you even get that to work? And was talking with him, and we got talking about cars. Well, it turns out he's got a Focus that he uses for like track days, and it has the same motor as mine, which is the 2.3 Duratec that Ford and Mazda used. And he starts telling me about like if you get the Mazda oil pan, that you can get like a gated baffle because I do have a oil pan baffle in mine, but one with trap doors basically would be even better. So gonna look at switching over to that. But other than that, it's literally we're just gonna get it back to stock, newer piston rings, valve seals, kind of the wear items we might look at, pistons and rods, definitely bearings. I don't know that we need valves. We'll look at that, valves and valve springs, just kind of that sort of stuff that you might need to really refresh it back to factory. Because, I mean, putting miles on it to drive it to the events and racing on it, if we can get 60,000 miles out of the motor, I mean, that would be great. And honestly, probably more than I would have the budget to keep running as far as how many events that would get us to and everything. But that's, it's not like Ford when they're with their ST Focus here in the States. It's not like they took the Honda approach of putting some high-strung, modified, take kind of the stock motor and no, we're gonna really make it performance. They basically just say, we'll just put a bigger motor in it and that'll work. And they're not wrong. An extra zero point 0.3 of a liter,
Well, now here's a
and just
real
don't let it rev out
surprise.
to,
All the hype about
I think
Ryan Cooper has
the
been
ignition cutoff is somewhere around 7,000 RPM.
Oh, and the Grip King, Rick Krieger has
And
arrived. Now the drivers must be cringing. They'll not like
yeah, I
Johnny
mean, it,
faced him
it
again today.
seems to just go. So
Oh, yes, here's the
we'll
start.
put it back
This is
together
the
and
race drivers. Now
go
it's
from
time.
there.
Make some noise for Ryan Cooper. Elbow square in front.
But we are coming up towards the end of our run here.
He wants to hold that spot.
Just got to beat Krieger, which obviously this race is a bit of a joke. Like there's no challenge. I've given him like full lap head starts before. It doesn't really matter. Like he's just not fast, which is a shame. It would be nice. I don't know if the rebalance mods address that, but if they
Ladies
could
and gentlemen, first lap underway.
make the King
First
battles
safety car is
actually
raced.
super difficult, that would be nice. It is nice that Need for Speed thought like, hey, if somebody's on the gas for a really long time, let's just kind of lower the decibels on that turbo whistle because it is very high pitch. Not really something that you would hear. At least not like that. I mean, that's almost jet engine whine. Ooh, I thought I was going to clip that inside there. I've been at it for 4 hours. It didn't seem like it. We are going to finish this out today. It's not a full Street King finish, so we'll have to come back and try again. But it may be worth doing straight into the rebalance mod. It doesn't seem like the speed challenge, that one was on me being a little bit dumb with the skyline. I should have been more conservative given where I was at and everything with it. You know, the C6 Corvette, that was a misstep, but yeah, that was really dumb on me with the skyline. So it's not like there's really, and then the drifting, I just kind of switched to the GTO and turned out it wasn't quite what we needed. But we will go ahead. What do we want for... Let's try the speed challenge first here. What car do we want for that? Do we want to try the Z06 instead now? I just, man. I guess I am worried a little bit about the bounciness, but I guess that's any car I choose might be bouncy. If I remember right, the Ford GT was awful at speed challenges. Yeah, that would take up too much money to buy the Mercy. R35? I don't think I've really ever used the R35. Hmm. let's give it a shot. Why not? Yeah, that money goes away real quick, doesn't it? I guess we'll go wide body too. What does it take to get... just that little bit more there. Oh, there it is. I was like, does it not have the big one? Big ol' wing here. I think we will go back to the 350. So basically we're calling Nissan for backup here. God, it's so ridiculous all the way up. All right. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, I didn't think about having a backup speed challenge car, but we'll just have to see.
Oh, yes, this is just unbelievable. I'm saying Ryan Cooper. Well, this is the one
Here we
you've been
go.
waiting for, people, so come on and put your hands together. Ryan Cooper's come up from the streets and beat the best. Check this guy out. Rio ain't playing. The showdown keeps looking to get this going. He's really ready to pop this off. Wow, Rio must be feeling pretty strong, too, because he's putting up the slip for that Evo 10. That is what I call putting your money where your mouth is. So when it's all said and done, there's going to be no question who the king is going to
I
be.
wonder how he keeps that hoodie in
Are you
place.
ready? Let me hear it for these guys. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, the starter's out. There's the signal. Okay, and there it is. There.
Oh crap, can't even do 250. Whoa. That just like completely stopped when it hit the ground. Okay. Bit of an idea what I'm gonna need there. That's not good at all. Yeah, that's not good. Shit, even over that. Not looking good. I might only be 2 out of 5 here. God dang, that understeer every time. I just have to hope that he completely screws it up here. Okay, so it doesn't bounce, that's good. Just can't believe how much acceleration it doesn't have. Definitely gonna have to adjust the gearing for the next race. 2%. Jesus. Okay, at least got back into his draft here. We've got to make a move. That was lucky. That was that right before the finish too. I can't let him get my draft though. God, I don't have any more speed though. I have to keep it pinned in 6th here. Oh, he's catching me again. This is gonna be close. No, I might have him. Nope, here he comes. Okay, barely. Oh, wow. That was almost game over. That was way closer than I wanted it to be. Definitely gonna have to adjust the
Holy
gearbox on that
mackerel,
thing.
folks. I said this was going to be one for the books, and I
I
was
can't do that
wrong.
quite yet, so I
Ryan
do need
Cooper
to
is.
readjust the Chevelle here though, because I had the suspension set up for going Had the suspension set up for going in a straight line. Made it stiffer to let it do a wheelie.
There's just too hardcore ride and a driver to match. Say hello to Rio Watanabe. They call him the comeback kid because he's famous for pulling out those last-minute wins. Don't go to sleep on this guy. Oh man, give it up! Super smoking him down to the
All
wire.
right, here we go.
Yeah, I'm feeling it now. This place is shaking.
Oh, I missed the shift. Okay, he's already on the ground though. If I remember right, he doesn't do very well in the wheelie challenges, so that's good. Just got to make sure we don't total the car. Ah. Aimed down a little bit too much there. Sometimes if you shift from third up into fourth when it's still low in the RPMs and using NOS, the front end will dip really close to touching the ground again, but it'll come back up and then you'll stay at a longer wheelie overall. But you can mess it up like that. There we go. Still less though. Oh well. Good enough. Here's where it's going to get interesting again. Because yeah, top speed run, I have to have it higher than. How do we want to do this? Probably something like that.
Man, there's just no way. Hardcore ride and a driver to match. Say hello to Rio Watanabe. He loves the adrenaline rush and it's taking him right. No more talk. No. Now it's all action, everybody.
The only thing is when it hits the ground, it's doing, like it just stops. It's so bizarre. Most of the cars you can just pedal through, but this one it's like you have to slant, or you have to shift it down. That was not smart. Whoa. Okay. No more draft from him. I guess thankfully we only have the 2 more, so we know where to use the NOS. Nice, right at 250 there. Whoa. I forget how sketchy this stuff is. I've gotten so used to the friggin' '03 Mustang GT that's so good. Yeah, this. I remember now why everybody thinks this game mode is so difficult. Because it is. It really, really is. Back to drag settings. go a little bit stiffer on the spring.
All right, let's see what else we got going. This man is no stranger to danger. Rio Watanabe. He is one of my own personal favorite drivers. Been watching this guy for a couple of years now. He is definitely not going to disappoint.
Whoa, 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 whoa. God, I got awfully floaty. He says after putting the suspension super soft, but that's to keep the front end down. Hopefully the right lane's a little bit cleaner there. How that wasn't a jump, I'll never know. Turn, turn, turn. It's like they were slightly off the ground there, but I couldn't tell. They just did not want to turn. Back on the left lane. God, it goes left there.
This is it, people. We're almost finished here in Nevada, or we will be if Ryan Cooper keeps on winning. The guy was definitely not intended. This man is no
Okay,
stranger to danger.
the tough one. Let's see how it goes.
They know this fella named from Houston, Tennessee. The guy is a legend. Hey, it looks like. Okay, all right, you asked for it. You're gonna get it now.
Somehow still slower than his Evo. At least I've redone the gearing so I can hit 250. So that'll definitely help in the draft. That's definitely inside there. Then get by him. Yep. That is so, it's like as soon as it hits the ground it just comes to a complete stop. I was with my foot down as soon as it hit the ground, and he still caught me like that. Right in the middle of the road. Can't get by him there. Can I go under? No. Yeah, he just pulls a gap as soon as I hit the ground from being airborne. So weird. There we go. That's, man, as much downforce as I have on this car for it to do that over, I've never seen a car get airborne over those hills like that. Really have to check up with this car. Yeah, then his cruising speed is going to be faster than mine. He'll get the slipstream and then he'll really start to catch me. Yep, here he comes. And then it likes to understeer on this corner. Yep, all the way to the outside there. Oh crap, 80% complete. Riskier than I wanted to be on the inside there. He's gonna come at me again, yep. Just gonna have to do it. Okay. All right. That should be the toughest part done. The only issue now is that I don't really trust the drift cars that I've come up with.
Check it out, super promotion. We didn't want any questions. Hardcore ride.
I'll probably do a practice run with both of them because I did make some changes to the GTO after it failed us. That was good. How did I was the hood came off and it wasn't light damage, but then I touched the wall and it is. That makes sense. So yeah, this is a time attack, so I don't have to be ahead of him. Oh, understeer there. For it to grip through that high speed section and understeer like that's pretty wild. Don't you do it. Yeah. Come on, make the turn. There we go. And I broke the toe so he can't get any slipstream off of me. Yeah, nice. That's how I wanted to go through there the first 2 laps, but oh well. Man, so yeah, that's... I almost didn't have enough cash. Like, yeah, oof, okay. I have to be really careful then, because I don't get any more cash. Oh man. Yeah, I have to be very careful, because I have to repair, by my rules, I have to repair before the next race. And I've only got 9 grand to repair. This is potentially problematic. So I guess first we'll see how the changed GTO does here. Way the heck better, it turns out. 3200 with the GTO. Let's see how the Nissan does.
Man, I must say Ryan Cooper's been looking.
That is a weird hood cam angle. Why is it, that is such a weird... It would seem the level 3 tires are too much for this car. Well, it was a gamble, and I guess I'm glad that the GTO with upgrades ended up working out.
Well, Cooper drove
Because
like
I
a
guess we'll
demon at
do
Dubai,
that.
and now he. This man is no Watanabe. He's a complete showboat, but y'all love him. Heck, we all love
Oh, turn back the other way. Come on, what was that? I think that should be good. Oh my god. Oh, if I get... if I lose it here. I did have a weird bit in the Manji back and forth where it didn't want to change directions. That cost me some points. Even still, though. Definitely want more of a safety margin than what I had there. Come on. Nope, it's doing it. God dang it. Oh man. It is a bit of a shame that you can make that happen in this game. I probably need to give that rebalance mod a try. Because I should not have gotten more points there than I did the first time through. Let's see if we can get through this part cleanly this time. Nope. Yep. Worse. Well, dang. Hopefully the 3200's enough. I feel like I've seen him get more than that, and if I lose the run here, that's gonna suck. But we might have done enough. Okay. That is a relief. I think there's still another drifting section if I remember right. It doesn't tell me at all, does it? No. I think there's one more drifting section though. So we're not out of the woods yet. Run it way wide there. I'm gonna get him on the inside. Nope. If I remember right, this is the layout where off the line, the distance that you are closer means that you're always going to have the fastest first sector time off of the first lap, so I don't think I'll be able to beat his time or his points here. Yeah. So it looks like the second and third sectors. And now I've got 3 NOS, so I can just use it on all 3 of the last sectors. Too hard into there. Okay. I forgot to use it. Too late, yep. Don't think I'll get it again before this one. Nope. Oh, tied it. Still enough though. We'll take that. 2100 points is normally not great at all, but okay. I keep forgetting, yeah, I have to be careful with the damages. I've only got $5,300 left, and I don't get any more money. Which one is this? Oh god, I hate this one. Alright. This is basically the run right here. If I get past this, then it should just be the grip race, and that's doable. This is going to be the one where the game could really jump up and screw me. Come on, change directions. Okay. That's what we like to see. I don't think he's going to beat that. Definitely didn't get that downward, like the downhill through the tunnel very well, so I have the ability to improve on that part. Like got more oversteer down that straightaway than I was actually wanting it to. Come on, come on. Only 3 grand. Does seem like I'm ahead though. You know, there's a driver who you gotta love. It's Ryan Cooper. Hold that thought. This is it, folks. This is what you need to see. There he goes. Keeping the pedal down, man. Good job. There we go. There we go. Alright. So his best would have beaten my worst, but thankfully was able to pull it all together there. So this should be it. Yep. Really important to do that half of a donut to warm up your tires there. looked over at my stream. It seems like it's really, really red on that screen. How bizarre. Don't know if that's that computer or something that OBS is doing before it sends it to Twitch. He's closer than I thought he'd be through there. Take it nice and wide through this corner because I have lost a run to that corner before. And this is the version, okay, slight corner there instead of 90. That's tighter than I remember though. But literally I have had a run before where I got all of the other kings, got to this race, turned too early on that left-hander on the backside before the final straight. It shot me across into the outside wall and totaled my car, which was game over. Probably could have lowered 6th gear since I don't have to worry about Texas anymore. Or just lengthened this 5th gear, I guess. It is bizarre how, like, how long 6th gear is for this car. Ran a little too deep into there, but able to recover. Oh, understeer, god dang it. But hey, we did it. We made it. 3 out of 5 ain't bad, I guess. I, it is interesting to think, what would Super Promotion do after this, and React Team Session and Battle Machine? Because, like, they've lost their main marketing thing here. Well, alright then. Three out of 5 this time. We got Rio, Ray, and Carol. Aki and Nate got away, unfortunately. We tried out a GTO. I thought I could go like all motor, and I thought level 2 tires would be good. It turned out it wasn't, so we didn't get enough points to dominate it. We made some adjustments, I think. After the first one, I did this race, and unfortunately got like 4th, which totally screwed us. The rest of them I was able to win or get 2nd, and if I was able to do that on this one, we probably would have won it to, yeah, because we were only Going into the last one, we needed like 8,800 points. I think we only ended up with like 3,500 off of this one, so even second would have been enough to make up the difference after I finished as far as how much was needed. So unfortunately, because we didn't dominate it, we didn't unlock the Autopolis level to then go after Aki. And then the speed challenge side, of course, we were trying new cars there, and I thought I would upgrade the suspension on the Corvette because it seemed to get a little bit airborne. I thought maybe that would help. Actually made it worse. It made it super, super bouncy, and once it got up on two wheels, it was just literally bouncing back and forth. Finally flipped over, totaled it, and then, being an idiot, totaled my backup car, so was unable to challenge Nate Denver for that title. So 3 out of 5 on this run. We'll be back at it again though. I might try it with the rebalance mod. I might come back to vanilla since I wasn't able to get Street King. We'll see. I'll give the rebalance mod some time and see what it's like. But that'll be it for today. Appreciate everybody who tuned in. Probably be back next week. Again, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream I might be doing some Forza Motorsport 4 on the Xbox 360. Just have to move some stuff around to where I can record it from across the room over there. But might be doing that just because it's got a feature that a lot of people don't know about that it hasn't really shown up in any Forza games since then, and I think it's actually really, really nice to be able to do. So we'll give that a look, but y'all take it easy.